right. Let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order, January 13th, 2026, 1 p.m. or pretty close there too. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phone or put them on vibrate during the meeting, that would be ideal so we don't get disrupted during our meeting with somebody's telephone call. So please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate. I'd appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton. Here. Commissioner Smith. Here. Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harton.
Here, thank you. Our invocation this afternoon will be given by Bishop Lewis Sanders of DRDR Ministries. If we could please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Bishop. Here we go.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to stand before your presence. We pray now that you will have control, cover these leaders, cover the citizens of this community. I pray that everything that's said and done will be decent and in order. And when it's all said and done, that you will be pleased with every effort, and the people of this community will continue to be blessed. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of December 9th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this afternoon, Mr. Harrison, any changes from your end?
No, sir.
Very good. Well, I've gotten a request to move item number 15 up to the first item after the consent. So item 15 will be taken first after the consent. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we'll be dealing with items number 1 and 2 will be pulled from consent. They'll be dealt with individually, so 1 and 2 will be dealt with individually. Items 3, 4, and 5 can be discussed during audience to be heard. Very good. All right, that takes us up to, we got a couple of special presentations here. The first is the Florida section of American Waterworks Association Awards. Emilizes Torres, FSA WWA Region 4 Chair, to present Pompano Beach Utilities Department with the following awards. Region 4, Best Tasting Water, Landmark Award, Pump House number 1, Distribution Award, Division number 4, and Water Conservation Award. I will turn it over.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Torres. I serve as a chair of Region 6 of the Florida section of American Waterworks Association, also known as AWWA. This covers Broward and Palm Beach counties. For those of you that don't know what is AWWA, it's a professional organization dedicated to the safe and sustainable water for the communities. I'm glad to be here to present these awards, recognizing the city of Pompano Beach for these outstanding achievements. First, the Best Tasting Drinking Water Award for Region 6. Over 30 utilities in Broward and Palm Beach County competed for the honorary title of the Best Tasting Drinking Water. Samples were evaluated based on their taste, odor, color, and clarity. The city earned the perfect score. The first time in history of the competition in our region, showcasing the exceptional quality of the water and the dedication of your utility staff. Congratulations on winning this important award.
Very nice. That's great. Yes. Looks like we have a number of stars in the midst. These are the folks that make it happen for the city of Pompano Beach.
You want to do pictures there?
Oh, yeah.
Is it okay if we do each one individually?
me with that.
It's like the Stanley Cup.
Maybe we should move those stanchions so we can get the better picture. Thanks.
That's good. Now, moving on to our next award, the FSA WWA Landmark Award for Pump House Number 1. This award honors the Florida water landmarks at least 50 years old that have had a direct and significant role in the water supply or treatment. Pump House Number 1 was built in the 1926 during the Miami land boom in the Mediterranean revival style. Although retired in the 50s, it now plays a vital role in the saline monitoring network, helping protect the city's fresh water supply from saltwater intrusion. The facility is maintained by the city and recognized through the Historic Preservation Committee and the City Commission resolution on March 2013. Congratulations on the Landmark Award.
Right.
Which one is the landmark?
It's this one, yeah.
Right. Oh, wow, look at that. Very nice. Very cool. All right, let's stand up, everybody, I guess. Back at it, back at it.
I like the up, down, up, down.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I promise I'm trying to be fast. Continuing with the next is the Distribution Award for Division 4. This award recognizes utilities with outstanding performance in water quality protection, operational reliability, safety, and service to their communities. Eligibility and evaluation criteria from the award are based on the water quality, operational records, maintenance, professionalism, customer service, safety programs, emergency preparedness, and cross-connection control. Congratulations on this award as well.
right. Okay, back at it, folks. They got a lot of awards. Great.
Oh, we just win.
We got more. Right. Sit for a moment.
And finally, the AWWA Best in Class Water Conservation Award. This award recognizes the city's leadership in conservation initiatives, including low-flow devices and the Oasis Reuse Water Program, as well as community engagement and education. Congratulations to the City of Pompano Beach for these remarkable accomplishments. Thank you for the commitment to providing safe and high-quality water to your community.
All right.
I didn't want to.
Okay, one more time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And congratulations, of course, to everyone who made this possible. We know we've got the best water in town. Thank you all for all you do to keep our utilities working. I mean, that's it. That's the main thing. People
Mayor?
expect that. Commissioner Eaton.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say as well that the reclaimed water use is making an immense difference on pushing back that salination line and preserving our well systems throughout the city. I serve on the Water Advisory Board. I get these reports, and it is factual. It helps keep the salinization out of our wells. So, thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Yes, absolutely. Great job. Very good. Let's move on to next item is the Pre-Apprenticeship Award for Water and Wastewater Operators. This time we'll have Felix Collazo, Junior Achievement of South Florida, Pre-Apprenticeship Program Director, to present Pompano Beach Utilities Department with the Pre-Apprenticeship Award for Water and Wastewater Operators.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Felix Collazo. I am the Director of Pre-Apprenticeship Programs at Junior Achievement of South Florida. The Pre-Apprenticeship Program is a 6-month program for teens and young adults to get introduced to the different trade industries. This program started back in 2022, and this previous year we introduced the new trade of water utilities. Previously it was maritime industry, construction industry, and now we have water utilities. We wanted to recognize the city of Pompano Beach for opening up their water utilities and exposing over 300 students to the water utilities industry in the operation and water operations specialists and the wastewater operations specialists. This is a unique opportunity for teens in high school all the way up to age 24 to get introduced to these different opportunities if they do not want to pursue a 2 or a 4-year degree. And without the city of Pompano Beach and other utilities and other municipalities, these students would not be exposed to these different opportunities to go into your industry. So wanted to show a video to show you guys what it actually looked like when they went through this past year.
Very good.
How can we all come together to be better for students, for the youth, for workforce development as a whole? And for our demographic, high school seniors on pace to graduate, they don't really want to pursue a 2-year or 4-year degree, but they have no idea what they want to pursue.
Most of the students are seniors who don't know what they want to do in life yet. They don't know if they want to go to college. They don't know what they want to go to college for, and they don't know what's out there that they can do without college.
But the one thing about Junior Achievement that they shed a light on how to take it as a kid who doesn't even know about it at all.
Starting with JA and being able to build up all the soft skills you needed, workplace conduct, everything you need to know as an employee so you can be the best employee for your employer.
The programming that all the kids go through is just a no-brainer. I could either take a shot at hiring a super high earning marine fabricator that may or may not want to be a team player, or I can get somebody young who's gone through these programs and willing to learn, like Jacob, like Armani.
So you taking that chance with us, some of us are really determined to get in and start making a difference, start figuring out what we can do with our hands. What don't we have to go to college for? How can we make this income without having to have a 4-year degree?
Got to take a chance. You have to take a chance. You could hire somebody with 5 years of experience and you have no idea if that guy is good or not until he's there. You don't know what his behavior is. You don't know what his work ethic is. You take a chance on an employee that has experience. Why not take a chance on somebody that doesn't have any experience and teach them the way you want them to learn?
I'm very thankful for the Junior Achievement Program for putting me in this position I am today.
Very nice.
And now I'll call up the City of Pompano Beach Water Utilities to accept your award.
Right. Come on down. All right, one more time. Great job. Right. Great job, Utilities Department. Yay. All right. Taking home the bling there. That's fantastic. All right. And now that's a great segue to our next item, which is a proclamation for Chief Judge Jack Tudor. Jack Tudor, Chief Judge, he has changed so many lives in his tenure. I've got a proclamation over here. And like I said, it's a great segue from junior achievement and changing lives and into what our Chief Judge has done for us. I'll meet you right there, Chief. That's fantastic. We got Cassandra. That's good. Come on up, Sandra. Everybody else. For those of you who don't know, Pompano Beach is one of the select communities that has something called community court. And what community court is all about, it's changing people's lives, giving them an opportunity to turn things around where maybe they've had some hard luck, they've had some tough times, they need some help in various ways. But this community court that we have in Pompano Beach, like I said, one of the select communities that has it here in Broward County, but we wouldn't have that without this man right here. Chief Judge Jack Tudor, he is the reason. Without him, this would not have happened in Broward County. So I've got a proclamation to read, but I just wanted you guys to realize the impact this guy has had on our local population, on helping people who need help. I mean, he does the judge stuff, I know, but we wouldn't have these opportunities to change lives like we do in Pompano Beach without this man right here. And of course, the people right beside him, we've got Cassandra Rett, we've got our city attorney's office. I mean, it's a team effort, but it's something most people don't know about in the city of Pompano Beach, but our community court, it really does. It makes a tremendous difference. All right. Whereas, for 8 years, Jack Tudor has faithfully served as Chief Judge of the 17th Judicial Circuit of Florida and has notably pioneered the creation of 3 community courts, including the establishment and development of the Pompano Beach Community Court, demonstrating exemplary leadership in the administration of justice and a steadfast dedication to serving the needs of the city. And whereas, since 2005, during his tenure on the bench, Judge Tudor has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the rule of law, the fair and impartial administration of justice, and the protection of the rights of the citizens of Broward County. And whereas, under Judge Tudor's leadership, the Pompano Beach Community Court has achieved meaningful progress in rehabilitation, mental health and substance abuse treatment, and community outreach efforts, contributing to safer streets, the provision of housing and services for individuals in dire need, and the saving of countless lives. And whereas, Judge Tudor has fostered a culture of excellence, integrity, and public service throughout the judicial circuit and the broader community for more than 20 years. And whereas, the residents of the city of Pompano Beach and Broward County owe a profound debt of gratitude for Judge Tudor's loyalty, contributions, and service, which will leave a lasting and meaningful impact on the city and its homeless population. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach do hereby recognize and honor Chief Judge Jack Tudor for his service to the residents of Broward County by serving on the 17th Judicial Circuit of Florida, for his extraordinary devotion to the City of Pompano Beach, and his visionary leadership in establishing an innovative community court that will forever transform our city and surrounding communities. Done this 13th day of January 2026, Rex Hardin, Mayor. Judge Tudor, thank you so much for what you've done for Pompano Beach, for Broward County, for the citizens, and the entire state of Florida. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, very much. Just want to quickly say that, as Chief Judge, I get this recognition because I have the title, but it's the cities, the mayors, commissions who voted to incorporate community court into their various areas of the county that made community court successful. This wasn't a one-and-done deal. We worked on this since about 1918. It took 7 years to kind of get this off the ground. It was not a hasty adventure, but the people like Cassandra and our 3 judges who man these courts every day outside the courthouse, we go to the communities and try to do what we can to help people with employment and housing and things like that. Even though I get a lot of the recognition for this, it really is the cities and the people who work in these courts who make it work day in and day out. When we opened the court in Fort Lauderdale, I told Mayor Trantelis, we try it for a year and see how it worked, and if it worked, we'd continue on, and if it didn't, it's not costing the taxpayers a dime because all these services are already in the community. We just bring them together on the various meeting days that we have every week. So on behalf of the 17th Circuit, I just want to thank everybody who made these community courts successful. I hope they endure many years past my time, and I hope we continue to help people who don't really have a voice in the court system. So thank all of you all very much for this unnecessary recognition. Thank you all very much.
I also would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to our city attorney's office for all their hard work in making this happen also, and of course our city manager's office for making sure it's staffed. And I mean, it truly is a group effort. Thank you so much, Judge. All right, that takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up to speak this afternoon, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 9 speakers. One of the speakers, however, by the name of Ted Bone, and indicated that he's here to speak on fence and walls, which is agenda item 11. He's here for that. Then when you call upon that item, then he can come up.
Okay, sure.
First speaker is Mark Integrala, followed by Ed Bone. I'm just not sure if he's all. You're going to speak on item 11? Okay. So when it's called upon, you have the opportunity to speak then.
Just name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Mark Integrala, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. I'm here to talk about something completely different today. I belong to the Pompano Beach Men's Golf Association, which was founded in 1955 and has played here in Pompano Beach for over 70 years. Pompano Beach has 2 18-hole golf courses. The Pines course was renovated 2 years ago, and the Palms course, which is embarrassingly a mess. No effort is being put into improving the Palms golf course, and my understanding is that the city will not approve major renovations because there's not enough revenue generated by the Palms course. This is like a dog chasing its tail. Not enough revenue to invest in it, and nobody wants to play it because it's in terrible shape. To try to improve the numbers, the course has eliminated any special discounts afforded to the Men's Association. We're forced to play the unrenovated course every other week, and counterproductive because half of the members refuse to play it because of its condition, so the city actually gets less revenue than if it lets us play on the Pines course. I don't know how somebody gets appointed to the Golf Course Advisory Council, but the person I met last year had no golf experience, no management experience, no anything, so I don't know what they're advising on relative to the golf course. I'm actually shocked that the Pines course is in such good condition because they seem to be clueless on doing maintenance in any event. I also don't understand the logic of investing a great deal of money in a golf course that's adjacent to an airport that is constantly being discussed about being expanded. It will, by definition, take away from a golf course that we put money into. I don't understand. Are we flying by the seat of our pants, or is somebody actually thinking a few years ahead? I don't know. Lastly, one need only look a little north of us to Osprey Point in Boca to see a well-managed, well-maintained golf course that's always full. You can't get a tee time. As a side note, it's also a place where you can buy a can of iced tea on the golf course for $3.40 that costs $8 on the golf course in Pompano. I would request that the city consider investing in incremental improvements to the Palms golf course. I would think that growing grass should be a fundamental requirement of running a golf course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Speaker Luis Rosado, followed by Brandy Zabada, sorry.
Good afternoon. Louis Rosado, 2267 Southeast 11th Street. Happy New Year to everybody. Just wanted to be a little bit of a squeaky wheel and remind everybody.
Sorry about that. We weren't able to reset.
Or not. Very squeaky wheel. About my request to hopefully revisit tiki hut statutes and zoning and permitting and the way that those are all handled. I really do believe that tiki huts in Pompano Beach, whether you have the cheeky or the tiki huts, I really do believe it needs to be looked at again. I really believe it enhances the beauty and character of our neighborhoods, reflects the relaxed tropical lifestyle of our waterfront community, and truly represents the idea that we live where others vacation. When we put some of the strict, nonsensical rules and zoning regulations on our tiki huts in Pompano Beach, it really is illogical. We are the only town that I can find left, at least in the southeast state of Florida, definitely Broward County, that has some of these crazy restrictions of not being able to overhang the water and some of the setbacks that just don't make sense when you have no space in the backyards. So please just keep it on the front of your minds. Don't forget about it. Let me know if we can be of any assistance from this end. That's it.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Brandy, followed by Mike Seversky, followed by Roderick Phillips.
Hello, happiest New Year. My name is Brandy Zabadal. I live within the Pompano Beach Highlands. I'm here today to address the fact that we have had 3.5 meetings without any proper representation from the city. We have no commissioners that attend our meetings, and our residents are starting to get very upset. So at this point, if I have to address the dais and come here in person to convey the information that is being missed and not given to the proper people, I will have to do that. We elected you guys as our city officials. We put you in these chairs, and it's time that you properly represent us as a whole. We are not being heard in the Pompano Beach Highlands, and we are tired of it. Everyone is replaceable. And that is that for that. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Parks and Rec. I'd like to thank Scott Moore and Caitlin Kerr, and again, Tommy Bright for all of the improvements and the collaborative efforts to try and bring back the parks in our neighborhood. I have actively been working on the street light repairs that Commissioner Rhonda Segerson-Eaton had brought to our neighborhood, apparently in her newsletter, she said that. So I have counted 62 street lights that are not fully operational, whether they be on during the day or not on at night, or simply a whole street that is not on at all. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I am working with the city engineer, I believe his name is John. We are getting that repaired. Again, 62 streetlights that are not operational in our neighborhood, among many other things. I can't wait to do a deep dive. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Very good.
Mayor?
Com-
Mayor, it's just,
Commissioner Fezzik?
yes, thanks. Mayor, I just, a quick question related to, Mr. Harrison. We also in Pompano Beach, in the Harbor Shores area, Hillsborough Shores area, rather, have had issues with some lights out as well, and I know that that's been an ongoing issue. So maybe this is something we would need to look at comprehensively across all districts, wherever we have lighting projects and things like that, because it's been pretty dark there. Just wanted to make sure I brought it to their attention while it's top of mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Good. Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we deal with Florida Power and Light on the repairs, and the installation of these streetlights has made an immense difference in the community for the safety of the residents, walking down the street, walking their pets, riding their bike, the kids, et cetera. And they also have gone a long way in deterring crime. The incidence of small theft and creepers coming in and rifling through people's automobiles has decreased. So I'm very proud of the lights that we have, that I've been working for since before I was elected, because there are many communities, including Leisureville, who had absolutely no lights on their street. West Haven had very, very few. So it's been a great thing. It's a very complicated grid, right? I'm not an electrician, I'm not FP&L. So they do install them. And I don't have like some sort of fairy wand or that I fly around on a magic carpet every night and know where the lights are. So repeatedly, I appeal to my residents to please let me know if there's a problem with your street lights, if it's out, if it's malfunctioning. And that has been an enormous help. It's simply my cell phone numbers on all my business cards. It's simply a call or a text, and I get our city engineer, and we do that. In fact, we just recently installed lights on 10th Way, where that was dark and leading towards the Elk Club. Those folks requested a better lighting system, make it safer, and we provided that for them, and that I am very proud of. As far as the Highlands Civic Association meeting, I just got an invite from you, Brandy, the other day for the first time in I don't know how many when. I've been going to the Highlands Civic Association for the past 15 years when Charlotte Burry was the, excuse me, Mayor?
Go ahead.
She's out of order.
Go ahead,
Right.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Please
Ladies and gentlemen.
interrupt me
Please.
from the audience because we have rules. So, at any rate, I've only known you to be there for the last year. So I've been doing it for 15, and this last year is the first time I've seen you at the meeting. So I appreciate you're bringing forth these issues because
Go ahead, Commissioner.
that's what a good citizen does. So let me just say thank you, Brandy.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward, Brandy. I don't want to beat a dim streetlight here, but there is one other part of this. So residents can go on the FPL site, and especially if it's the older style lights, and make a notice or a ticket themselves to generate a ticket number when there is an issue. So perhaps the city can do a little bit of a social media campaign on that to raise awareness that there is an identifier on the poles, especially for the older style streetlights. I know for the ones that were just installed, the maintenance might be handled differently, but for the old ones in the city, there is a way for residents to report it themselves, and that gets the process started. Now, if it's not addressed in a timely manner, certainly feel free to let your commissioners know. We all field a lot of these inquiries, but to get the process started, anyone can do it themselves on a simple website link. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Skaversky.
No more comments?
Thank you.
Have something to say?
Then just welcome, Mr. Skaversky.
Happy New Year, Mike.
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. Well, since the Water Department received awards, I must say, I don't know why anybody buys bottled waters here. Bottled water. The water is absolutely perfect in Pompano. And you may not like this part, it's always been perfect. When I moved here over 30 years ago, one of the first things I did was test the water because I'm like, oh no, what is the water going to taste like down here? The water has always been good from day one that I moved here, all the time. I don't know why anybody buys bottled water here. Now, the main thing I wanted to talk about, and I was already told this won't happen, but it almost did happen. At the new courts we have here at Kip Jacoby Park, I help a lot of people out, newbies playing pickleball, but this one girl that I help out, when we got done, there was a park ranger there and he was writing down information and she was going to her car and I said, what are you doing? And he was going to have the car towed because she was parking on the grass. So I just want to get this out there that that's why I'm mainly here, that it's, I was told that nothing is getting towed, but the park ranger was going to tow the car. There's no parking there. So people are parking on the grass, and this, we have to make sure that people's cars do not get towed because there's no room to park. I mean, I saw the pictures of these courts when they were going to get put up, and personally, I didn't really believe that there would be no parking in front. I thought that stuff would be pushed back further, so I really take those photographs and stuff with a grain of salt, and what they said was true. There is no parking. The courts are right up on the street. So we have to make sure that nobody's cars get towed while parking over at Kip Jacoby because they are on the grass and there's no room. So that's my main reason why I'm here.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for coming out. It's good to see you. It is always good to see you. Happy New Year.
Come on, Mr.
Okay, so as expected, the courts at Kip Jacoby are a big success. They are occupied early in the mornings and late at night. We have had some parking issues, and I know the city is working on some plans to hopefully expand the parking there. So be patient with us. We are working on that. And there have been some other, minor growing pains, and we fully expect that. So feel free to bring those forward to us so we can continue to improve it. And thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you for that. Next speaker, Mr. Phillips.
Rob Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here today to bring good news. Tiger Trail Festival event is coming up, and everyone on the dais is invited. I pulled this up. This is on the website, and when I finish reading this, I'm going to sit down. Founded by the Blanchida High School class of 1970, a group of African Americans who grew up under segregation in Pompano Beach, barred from shared schools, churches, beaches, and public spaces, they witnessed racial barriers gradually fail in their community. Our journey in 1995, these pioneers launched the Tiger Trail Festival to transform struggle into celebration. What began as a homage to empowerment themes, Black Power, Fight the Power, Push Forward, evolved into a timeless mission fostering unity through diversity. Our spirit today, while honoring the past, the festival now centers on inclusion and gratitude, recognizing that progress requires solidarity across racial lines, including pivotal support from white allies. Tiger Trail celebrates how far Pompano Beach has come together. Our legacy: every February, we host community events that showcase African American heritage, bridge cultural divides, honor those who stood beside us, inspire the next generation of unity. We rise by lifting others and acknowledging those who lifted us. Even though we live in a very troubling administration, Pompano Beach has grown to stick together. We are a multicultural community. The Tiger Trail Festival is here to bring our multicultural community during Black History Month, where we acknowledge that Black history is American history. And we invite everyone in the city of Pompano to come out and participate in this 30-year reunion with the help of the city of Pompano Beach, Florida, and the mayor, and Ms. Perkins, and Ms. Fournier, Darlene Smith, Audrey Fisk, and Rhonda Sigerson Eaton. We ask all the commissioners and the people, the executive committee, to come out and help us celebrate the Tiger Trail Festival on that day. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate it. Yes.
Mr. Phillips, did you want to announce the outfit, the date and time for everybody else?
Oh, date and time of the festival?
So that for everybody else who might want to participate?
What's the date and time, Roderick?
Go on the internet, Tiger Trail Festival, www.com. Seriously, Tiger Trail Festival, www.com. I don't have that information, Mr.
Plus, there's a series of events that are taking
Yes,
place.
we have
not
5
just the
events,
festival.
and the first one is February the 1st in District 5, Trailblazers events, and I know Darlene, she's always on point.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Wayne Vereen, followed by Melissa Weekly, followed by Paul Livingway.
First of all, I'd like to say Happy New Year. While I stand, I give God honor. I have a concern.
Just name and address for the records.
My name is Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I just want to say that I had a concern. I was reading, Mayor, inside the Pelican, and there's a project that was going on over off of 19th, and it got approved. And on our side, Commissioner Darlene, it got shot down. But anyway, what I want to say, Mayor, is that we need low-income housing in our community. There's a lot of housing getting built. There's a lot of things going on in Pompano. But my concern is that we definitely need low-income housing because, this community, the city of Pompano is growing. There's a lot of construction going on, but we need low-income housing. And I walk the community and I see what be going on. And it's like we have elderly. We have people that have trees that's growing up behind their houses. They're older people. They can't get out there and they can't do it. I know a lady, she got trees growing up behind her house, and she can't go out there and cut them. So I hope the city can do something about it and fix the problem. And in my closing, let us remember Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This is a man that gave his life for not only blacks, for all people. And let us come together this month and let's celebrate him, because we don't want what happened last year. And I want to thank all the commissioners. I want to thank city manager and also all the commissioners for all the work that you're doing. Also, before I leave, I want to thank BSO for all the hard work that you're doing, because I see you out there in the community, see you cleaning up the streets, I see what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, nice to meet everybody. My name is Melissa Weekly. I reside at 2680 Northeast 23rd Street in Pompano. Before addressing the substance of the item number 15 on the agenda, the freestanding ER, I want to express concerns about the process.
Ms.
Both
Weekly,
the first and second readings.
Ms. Weekly,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that item is on our agenda, so you'll
I
have to
understand.
wait.
This is about the process. Can I finish real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. It's different.
The first and second reading of this proposed code amendment were scheduled during weekday meetings at 1 p.m. While this may meet minimum legal requirements, it significantly limits the ability of working residents to participate and be heard. I had to take off this afternoon to come down here. This is citywide zoning code change with permanent consequences and meaningful public engagement matters. When both readings are heard at the same time of day without staggered evening access, many voices are effectively excluded. I respectfully ask the Commission to consider whether this process truly reflects transparency, accessibility, and community participation, especially for an amendment of this magnitude. This is not the first time that this has happened. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor.
Next, please, no applause. Commissioner Fesick, yes.
Thank you. So this is actually, I think, something that we revisited last year initially, and there was some consensus that we wanted to have meetings so some people could attend at 1 p.m., some people could attend at 6 p.m. But I'd like to make a motion, because I've gotten a lot of emails about people not being able to attend for things that were very important to them because they had to take off work. And since we've already revisited just moving everything to 6 p.m., instead what I'd like to make a motion is to have on anything that requires a second reading, that we make sure that if the first one's at 1 p.m., the second one's at 6 p.m. If the first one's at 6 p.m., the second one's at 1 p.m., so that there's at least that option for people who have to take off work or, depending on whose schedule is which, they have the opportunity to show up for one of the two meetings based on their schedule. So I'd like to make that motion that we stagger them, anything that requires two readings.
That's fine. Mr. Berman, is it appropriate to have a motion to that effect right now?
Yes, there's no problem with the motion right now. The second reading, all right, thank you.
Because, yeah, it doesn't really impact what's on our agenda already.
Right, and no, it wouldn't today. It wouldn't take effect today.
Okay, so there's been a motion to, going forward, to ensure that for items that have two readings, one reading take place, both readings not take place at the same time frame.
Correct, thank you.
To stagger them. That would be the motion. Very good. Then there's a second from Commissioner Perkins. Discussion on the motion, Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think a lot of it is due to the fact that the holidays have limited the amount of meetings, and that's why things have gotten a little off kilter. But generally, that ends up being the way things do. But I can support that. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion on the motion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, in theory, I agree. And I've been one of the proponents of moving the meetings to 6 p.m. to allow greater attendance. I do have concerns about this motion, though, because if you are on the first November meeting with the way we take off the second meetings in December and November, to get to a second reading in the evening, you would be at the second January meeting. So if there was something that needed to be done quickly, and then it wouldn't be possible. So while I agree with it, I think there's some complexity to it from a timing perspective for applicants or for anything we needed to accomplish. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Smith?
And I agree with the Vice Mayor that I don't know that we want to have a hard and fast rule. So I'm not sure that we need to have a motion. I just think we can direct staff to accommodate especially issues where we know there'll be a large audience to be heard. So I'm not so sure that we want to do a motion and a vote, but just to direct staff to try to accommodate that.
Very good. Got Commissioner Fesick again?
Just one last portion of that is, so we have had, I agree that it could be very delayed, especially through the holiday seasons or perhaps the time during summer recess. Maybe the motion should be amended then so for example, right now, we've had over a year, and we have air park issues that was at 1 o'clock in February of last year, and they're again on a 1 o'clock meeting this time. So and there's 3 different items. So that's one of the reasons why I feel strongly about this. And also, I've just gotten a lot of feedback about people saying that they can't make these 1 p.m. meetings, that they are working. And so I think we really need to do some research, and maybe that comes down to a strategic outreach before we move to a motion. But I would really like to see this 6 p.m. meeting, or even if it's 5 p.m. meeting, and this goes for all of our meetings, to not be in the middle of the day and to come back to an evening meeting. I think they'll end up being shorter, which would be lovely for all of us, and I think they'll be more effective so that residents can actually have the opportunity to feel like they can come and speak at at a meeting and have their voices heard without just sending an email. So I would amend my motion to have staff do a public outreach and see if there would be residents would be amenable to moving the meeting times, not necessarily just us. I'd like to see some data.
So,
Back to 6 p.m. for all of them.
so you're changing your motion to directing staff to do some sort of a survey?
We'll direct his staff to bring it back reach out to the residents through our strategic, we have newsletters, we have polls. Bring that back to us with an agenda item with some information so that we can't just arbitrarily decide that we think it should be 6 p.m. or 1 p.m., that we have some data behind it, and I think that's important.
Okay, so
I'm just gonna amend my-
rescind your second?
Yes.
Okay, so the original motion has been rescinded, and now you're making this new motion asking staff to go out and
bring it back
do
to
a
us.
poll.
Right, and bring it back to us.
Back to us. Okay, is there a second to that motion? That one dies for lack of second. Very good.
You got something
Okay,
over there?
we're done. That's it. We're under audience to be heard. The motion just died. That's it. Very good. Next speaker, Mr. Livingway.
Living Way, 812 North Ocean Boulevard in Pompano Beach here. I contacted the commissioner a couple months back. In front of my condo, I live directly on the ocean. There is a buoy. It's in the sand dunes. It cannot be seen from the beach. If you walk or ride down the beach, you cannot see it. From my apartment, I see it every day. I sent the commissioner pictures a couple of months ago. Nothing has happened. I have pictures of it. I think the proper authority should be, now this thing is about 10, 12 feet long, a foot wide, painted white, has identification on it. And at one time, I believe there was buoys that prevented boats and jet skis from coming inside and possibly injuring swimmers. This buoy was moved there because it could not have floated there. It has to be physically picked up and put there. But the thing is, and I want to emphasize, you cannot see it if you walk or drive down the beach. They have my phone number. If they want to contact me, I will assist in any way I can to have this buoy identified, removed, and given to the proper authority. Change the subject. A brand new condo went up 2 units north of me. A couple of years back, the city or the county or the government came in and established beach erosion by planting sea oats quite a bit. This new condominium has wiped out that dune, which is for beach erosion. There's nothing there, it's gone. So I think maybe the city should look into it because it doesn't. When we supported it, it was based on beach erosion. So thank you very much.
Very good. Mr. Livingway, just
any questions?
Can you give your address again, Mr. Harrison? Can you have somebody look into this buoy issue? What's your address?
812.
812 North Ocean. 812 North Ocean. So, Mr. Harrison, if you can have somebody from our.
If they need it, they have my phone number, and I can direct them from my balcony, or they can come to my apartment, and I can point it out. But from the beach, if you're walking or doing, you cannot see it. It's in a depression behind a dune.
Very good.
So that's where it's at.
Okay.
Nice seeing you, Rex.
Good seeing you, Mr. Livingway. Thank you.
How you doing?
Good, nice to see you.
Commissioner
Happy New
Fessig.
Year.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with that. I think there was some initial issues whether where it was on the property, whether it was in the condos property or public or on the dune property. But the biggest concern that he had was that it was labeled, and he wanted to make sure that it got back to the proper, was removed, but got back to the proper authorities as well and was accounted for. We'll be looking forward to seeing if there was resolution. I assume there was. Thank you.
Very good.
That concludes audience to be heard, Mayor.
That's it? Okay, very good. Thank you for that. All right, that takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving items 3 through 5?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Royal Auction Group, Inc. for professional auctioneer services of vehicles, supplies, and equipment, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to briefly ask a few questions and talk about this because fleet management is, I think, an important topic and maybe one where there's some opportunities in our budget. This says no fiscal impact. So, Mr. McCon, what happens when we decide that the life of a vehicle is past, or that it's time to get rid of a vehicle that we own versus lease?
Right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. So if it's leased through Enterprise, it goes back to Enterprise, and then they're responsible for the sell-off of the vehicle. For all the city-owned equipment, previously we've been using an online auction service called Renee Bates. And typically, every fiscal year we have our capital outlay. We get new equipment, and now we have all this other equipment that we need to take out of service. And that's when we go to auction the vehicles. With Renee Bates, it was fantastic. We could use it however we felt we needed to. But with that, we, the city, had to pay the seller's fee of 4% per vehicle for the value that we got. Also, with that, we had to do all the legwork to document the condition of the vehicle, take all the photos. It was pretty time consuming. We found out about Royal Auction is the big positive with that is the buyer pays the fee. So there's no cost to the city. This is done through Fort Myers, Florida. They come pick up the vehicle. They document the history of the vehicle, take all the photos. So there's no cost to the city, and we can really do it more often because it's not as much legwork on staff to prep those vehicles for auction. So that's the way we auction vehicles, and it is, again, the great thing is no cost to the city.
Okay, so I understand that there's no cost to the city with this new company that we're going with, but there is a net positive to the city that must come in every year from these vehicles. And I'm sure it varies depending on what we surplus for what we auction that year, but what does the city get in terms of revenue from these? When we auction a vehicle, does the city get any money?
Yes.
Right. So how much do we approximately make? And I'm sure it varies widely year over year, but approximately what can we make in a year from auctioning vehicles?
It varies. It depends on the market. One example that we love to use, this was with the previous auction, but it shows you what's there. I believe it was a Ford F-150 truck. The city used that vehicle for 7 years, and we got $1,000 less than what we paid for it.
Wow.
So it varies. We do everything from heavy equipment, loaders, dump trucks, and so it just varies on the type of vehicle. And when the construction market's booming, they want those vehicles. Just like I think nationwide, used vehicles the demand for used vehicles went up. So it just depends.
Right, I'm sure it depends on what type of vehicles we're getting rid of in a given year. Some might have more value than others. Now, what happens when we give it back to Enterprise? Who gets that money?
Well, the city gets it in that typically our leases with Enterprise are 5 years. And that vehicle is sold and it's rolled back into when we lease the vehicle again.
What do you mean by rolled back into when we lease the vehicle?
Let's say that it's justified to keep that vehicle in the inventory, and then that's figured into the future lease cost, monthly lease cost for that vehicle.
Okay, what if we don't release that vehicle?
Let me answer.
Okay.
Alison Furtado, Finance Director. To answer your question regarding when we return these vehicles and for the funding, there are two options that we can do. The excess cash, we can get the cash up front, or we can apply that excess cash to the reduction of any new vehicles that we acquire or the reduction of the principal payments on those vehicles.
Okay. Okay, so just when I see this and it says fiscal impact, nothing, I understand we're trying to say we're not paying this company, but there is a net positive fiscal impact when we sell these vehicles.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I just had a quick question related to our fleet in general. So I think we revisited this, we talked about this briefly last year, but how many cars, vehicles, et cetera, are we auctioning off, I guess, on average? Or how large is our fleet? And what does that percentage look like, rental versus ownership?
Right. Well, one, we limit the vehicles we lease from enterprise for general purpose, meaning sedan, small trucks, pickups. We don't lease any of the specialized equipment like dump trucks, loaders. So I don't know the exact percentage. It has increased over the years because we started out with a very small number of the general purpose, and we've continued to add more to that list. So I'm sorry, I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know the total.
No, that's all right. I was just concerned, I was just questioning, I guess, if we are, like Ms. Furtado said, it gets rolled back into, or, you know, a new lease if there's either a payback or if we want to buy it outright, if there's a cost. I'm just trying to look at, and maybe we can get this at another time, but kind of do a little bit of a deep dive into finding out if it's more expensive for us in the long term to lease from enterprise, or if it is more advantageous to us as a city as a budget to hold on to property and then resell it, perhaps again through this auction system. And just maybe it's time for us to kind of look at some of those numbers and try to find some ways that just we have some information from that and look forward in budgeting for this coming year.
Right.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
I think I can address some of those questions because we asked for this data. So I believe we have about 403 vehicles and about 70 of them are leased through enterprise. Does that sound?
I would say sounds about right.
And of the leased vehicles, I remember I looked at this, 70% of them are driven less than 5,000 miles a year. So that was always my concern with our leasing of these vehicles. They have such light use, and then when we turn them in after let's say 5 years, how is the value of that vehicle calculated? So we know when it goes to an auction and we sell a vehicle, it's calculated by the market price,
right,
what the market will pay. How is the price that we get back from enterprise calculated?
I don't know that, but also I think enterprise in general has their sources that they go to as they throughout their leasing through the public in general at the airports and everywhere else. They have different sources that they get rid of those, sell off those vehicles. I don't know what their process is.
Okay. My point back then was always we are returning after 4 or 5, whatever, 6 years, vehicles that have very low miles, very low wear and tear on them. So if we're going to lease a vehicle, those are the vehicles I want to beat the heck out of, basically. And then if we're going to buy, if we need something specialized, yes, we obviously need to buy it. But I still think there's opportunity to look at this enterprise lease and maybe figure out ways to, especially if the used market is holding up for these auction services, maybe it makes more sense to be purchasing vehicles. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, rescinding resolution number 2026-33 and approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an amendment to the agreement modifying certain crossing agreements between the City of Pompano Beach, Florida East Coast Railway LLC, FEC, and Brightline Trains, Florida LLC, in furtherance of the Broward County Sealed Corridor Project along the Florida East Coast Railway and Brightline Corridor within Broward County, Florida, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm aware that this is about the crossing agreement,
Correct.
and I know this is a part of the safety of it.
Yes.
And when this came up before, I'm still concerned about Brightline train being one of the most dangerous passenger trains in the United States. And we've had over 157 deaths with that train since 2017. And I've asked this question in the last meeting about why and how do we get rid of the sound of the train? Because, well, there's not very much we can do as far as suicides, but I think there's a lot more the city can do with the FEC to secure those crosses in our city. How many crosses do we have in our city that Bright Line pass?
Again, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. Commissioner, there's, on the FEC line, I think there's 6 crossings, but we don't hold the agreements to all those crossings. For example, Broward County has Copens Road, FDOT has Sample Road, and the county also has Southwest 6th Street. So the 3 agreements, 33rd Street is not included in here. That's also a city crossing. But it's just these 3 are what's impacted now in this sealed corridor project.
Okay, okay. I still would like for those sites that we do control, I would still like for the city to look more into some type of safety measures for the community. I just feel if you can't see the train, you could hear it. And that might help save some lives, because I think 80% of the time in every place I have to go, I have to cross that railroad track, basically. So if we can look into doing a little bit more to secure our rail crossings from staff, Mr. City Manager, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So we are rescinding what we passed on November 13th.
Yes.
What is the difference besides the fiscal impact? Because on that agenda item, there was no fiscal impact for this.
Correct. And there's no fiscal impact with this change. And the memo highlighted in yellow what's changed. Again, this memo applies to all 6 cities and the 21 crossings that are impacted with the sealed corridor. Each of these cities have various agreements with FEC. Some of them had different agreements that may allow FEC to pay a portion of the cost for those. Within Pompano, the 3 that are affected, we're paying full costs anyway. So therefore, there was no impact before, there's no impact now, but being fully transparent, we wanted to make sure the memo did change, and we wanted to make sure that we put the approved memo in the agreement.
Okay, and I see that, and we talked about this in my meeting with the city manager on Monday, that this is just the maintenance costs for these upgraded intersections, but what is the $70,000 annually then? That's what we were paying already, it just is being called out more explicitly?
That's correct, and that's a WAG.
Right.
There's a known for those 3 crossings. It's roughly $7,000 a year for the maintenance of the signals. Then it varies of when they're going to repair the crossing. That crossing repair could cost $100,000 to $120,000. By the way, different railroad track, the CSX track, or this on the west by 33rd Street Tri-Rail Station, that repair is going to be $810,000. It's a 3-track crossing. So depending on what's needed, it varies, but I prorated out. It seems like every 5 years, they're going to modify these crossings in some manner. So that's why I spread it out. 70,000 is an estimate.
Okay, but basically what you're saying is we've always been maintaining these. There's going to be some safety improvements that are done. We're still going to be maintaining them, and it's probably not going to cost us materially more to maintain them after that work is done?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Thank you, Mayor. So driving down Dixie today, I'm just so happy that we've gotten so many of those lovely improvements down the medium strips, the repaving, and the future interest of trying to prevent people from crossing in unauthorized places. I know Deerfield did a great job in working on fencing, and the facts are that there are certain right-of-ways where we can and can't because it's not our land. And it's as complicated as a Florida Power and Light streetlight grid. And currently, as I understand it, there's been an ownership change, and you're dealing with a behemoth company, and it's difficult, I think, over the years to try and, well, first of all, we have to have money in order to do these improvements. But I just want to thank staff, and I know you've been working. Dixie is in my district, and I supported it in the Go Bond issue. And I know staff has been working hard because I've had many meetings and questions and been updated on some of the progress we made, both with the improvements along Dixie and with trying to get those safety measures, fences, et cetera, and all the crossings. So I wish we could get it done faster. I certainly do, because it's very important to have that safety. So, but again, just thanks, staff. I know it's been very complicated, and you're all working very hard to get it done. That's all. Thanks, Mayor.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 15 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.4209 institutional healthcare uses to further define listed uses and standards for separation from residential uses and for overnight treatment, and to create a new use for hospital-based off-campus emergency department, providing for definitions in Article 9, definitions and interpretation, Part 5, terms and uses defined, by amending Appendix A, consolidated use table, to reflect existing and new healthcare uses, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is the second reading of the ordinance. There's been no changes since the December 9th first reading, and the applicant and myself are both present if you have additional questions.
Very good. And the applicant wish to make any presentation or simply here for questions?
Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. On behalf of the applicant, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at the end of the public comment period. I'd like the opportunity to respond as appropriate. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mark Entregala, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for moving this up. I wasn't going to stay, but lucky you, I'm here. This, as I recall from the last meeting, there was a doctor from this organization that stood up and said this was not going to involve emergencies with screaming ambulances, with people requiring hospitalization. So as far as I'm concerned, as a member of the public, it's a little blurry to me as to what the difference then would be between this and an urgent care center. The other thing I would like to point out, as I believe I heard at the last meeting, was that the city itself, the zoning department or whatever, was recommending against this zoning change. So I want to point out that there's some inconsistencies in how it's presented to us by the commissioners here. When I have commissioners, I listen to commissioners speak about how they don't want to be experts on parking garages. They don't want to be experts on bridges. We have to rely on the experts that work at the city, and yet they voted for this against the recommendation of the city. It doesn't make any sense to me. That's all I have to say.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
James Scott, Pompano Beach Cowboys president. Again, I support this address, Northwest 2761 Northwest Pompano, Northwest 2761 Northwest 4th Court, Pompano Beach 33069. And again, I support this.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, Melissa Weekly, 2680 Northeast 23rd Street, Pompano. This amendment is not correcting an error in the code or implementing a comprehensive plan goal. It is a private applicant seeking to change the rules after the fact. This sets a dangerous precedence for zoning integrity. State law governs how a freestanding ER operates, not where it belongs. Local zoning exists specifically to decide where intense medical uses should be located. If the use can operate 24 hours a day, it should not be treated the same as daytime medical offices or urgent care. The Planning and Zoning Board correctly recognized this distinction, as did the many residents around the site petition for zoning changes. This amendment does more than add freestanding ERs. It quietly loosens standards for other medical uses. The key concern, urgent care standards would be weakened. 24-hour versus non-24-hour distinctions removed. Specialty medical standard changes under the umbrella of consistency. Why it matters? This creates unintended expansion beyond the stated purpose. When a Planning and Zoning Board votes 6-1 to deny a code amendment, it signals a serious policy change, a concern, not a minor disagreement. Ignoring strong planning and zoning vote weakens the credibility of the planning process. This is a one-way door. Once adopted, the city cannot control who uses it or where and beyond what is written in the code today. If commissioners believe freestanding ERs may be appropriate somewhere, the correct path is a comprehensive medical use study or site-specific zoning tools, not a blanket amendment. If there is a need to revisit medical zoning, it should be done through a city-initiated planning process, not an applicant-driven amendment. This second reading is not about whether freestanding ERs are good or bad. It's about whether the city of Pompano Beach should change its zoning code at a request of a private applicant. Weaken medical use standards, overrides a 6-1 planning and zoning recommendation, and allow 24-hour emergency facilities closer to residential neighborhoods without a comprehensive planning study. For these reasons, this amendment would be denied. Nothing about the underlying issue changed, only the approach they are taking, which is to lower our standards as a city. I'm requesting the mayor and the commissioners vote no, because this amendment was driven by a private applicant after planning and zoning recommended denial. And we, the residents, do not believe the proposed language serves the broader public's interest, that we should align with a comprehensive plan. Are you comfortable owning the policy change long term? What precedence does this set? And can this come back to bite you, the city, later? Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. Any further, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Dr. Craig Kushner, 9180 Benedetta Place, Boca Raton, Florida, 33496. I just wanted to talk about what the gentleman had brought up concerning lights and sirens and the difference between freestanding ED and urgent care. Freestanding emergency departments provide much more comprehensive care. We have CAT scan, ultrasound, ability to treat patients and also board-certified emergency physicians are on staff. If you go to an urgent care, oftentimes you're just taken care of by either a family physician or a advanced level practitioner. So the care at a freestanding emergency department is much more comprehensive. But that still doesn't change how EMS approaches these. We do not bring critical patients to these hospitals because even though they can deliver more comprehensive care, the ability to treat those conditions isn't always there at a freestanding emergency department. Oftentimes the patients have to be transferred to another facility. So we try to, as EMS, full disclosure, I do work for HCA Northwest, and I also am an emergency physician that works in the community for several municipalities for EMS. So in my municipalities, we have freestanding emergency departments. We do not transport patients that potentially have life-threatening conditions or would need advanced, like admission or further level of care to these facilities. So that's mainly the difference, is that we do not even though these centers do provide higher level of care, more comprehensive care than urgent care, we don't transport patients that potentially could be sick, and thus we don't need lights and sirens to transport these patients to facilities. So that's really it.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you for your service. Other input from the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Hello, yes. My name is Courtney Carter. I'm from the Zone 4 area, Liberty Park area. So I want to come to say that a lot of our local jobs is given away from people not from our community. And the community is very upset. The majority of the big jobs that's here now in this community is not given to the contractors of this community. So I'm here today to speak for my community, and I'll be back.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public, please come forward. Anyone else? Very good. Public input closed. Thank you. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick?
I just wanted to question one thing. I don't want to get into the business side of things, but I stated last time I would have to agree with the residents. Without getting into the business side, we have to look at this for what it is. And this is a zoning code text amendment that is applied citywide. I stated at the last reading that my concerns were based on loosening our regulations with Florida Senate Bill 180. Any massive zoning change or any major change we make that reduces the home rule or the right for us to make those decisions can't make things more restrictive. We can only make things more lenient. And once we make them more lenient, we can't come around and fix it later. So I personally, taking any zoning code or text amendment, I want to take that very seriously because I want to make sure that any of these things don't have unintended long-term consequences. Secondly, to address the fact that the Planning and Zoning Department said that they recommended denial, that's a big, strong issue for me. And lastly, the residents have been very loud, at least in District 1, because this one specifically relates to a local business that is looking to open and use this opportunity to do so. But this can be applied to every single area in Pompano Beach if we do this. I would have to agree that if we want to try this again the right way, then we would do it on a special exception basis rather than a blanket zoning code. So I would not support this again, secondly, just simply because of that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I have a question. I want to say something quickly also. I also respect the work that our Planning and Zoning Board has done. This has been through ZBA in different forms over the years, and I did receive a lot of emails just in the last week or so about this again. So I am, with respect to the emails, many of them said they wanted to be here, but they could not, and that they reiterated that they've been to so many meetings about this. So I want to quickly ask Mr. Berman something about Commissioner Fezik's point before. So Commissioner Fezzik made the motion that to have items like this that require 2 readings on one at a 1 o'clock meeting and 1 at a 6 o'clock meeting. And I'm not going to make a motion, but I'm going to ask you, would it be possible for us to say that it has to be done that way if there are dissenting votes at the first reading?
It could be done. I don't know how it would operate. I think it would be difficult to function. Keep in mind that whenever there's an item, such as this one, if you want to use, a motion can always be made to postpone to the next meeting. If something comes up, rather than having some hard-standing fast rule that may work out for us or may be regretful at some point, when each of these items, and even this item, can be moved to a night meeting based on a motion to postpone to a date or time certain. And if something comes up and there's a belief among the commission that the public should have a night meeting, to hear that item, you can make your motion. So there are other ways, I just want to point out, and you're probably aware of it already, but I want to point out there are other ways to deal with it. Your motion, if there's a dissenting vote, the vote is already taken, so you can't move it to some.
So then the next meeting, so then the second reading would have to be at a 6 p.m. meeting. My point is, if it's something that everyone agrees to and it is an easy one, fine. But if it's something where it's more controversial or there's more feedback from the public, those are the ones where I think we want to be able to ensure we have it at a 6 p.m. meeting for the public to attend, like this one, for example.
And my point, and I'm not disagreeing with you, very respectfully, but you have the power to do that and make that change.
Well, not really. I mean, we as a board do, but we are generally 3-3, so we don't have the power to do that without some kind of compromise, which doesn't happen here often.
Can't comment on that. I think if a reasonable motion is made, everyone, depending on what side of the fence you're on, if it's reasonable for everybody, and I think it would hope that it be given its due and proper considerations.
Okay, so you're saying it would not, the motion that I would like to make at some point is not possible?
It's not possible because you've already voted to make that determination first before you move it.
No, you would, after the first reading, it would have to, if there are dissenting votes at the first reading, the second reading would be required to be at a 6 p.m. meeting.
Even if the first reading was at a 6 p.m. meeting?
Yeah, I mean, or it would be the opposite, or whatever, we'd have to discuss the details, but yes, probably at a 6 p.m. meeting.
You could do that.
I'm just asking legally if you are if you can tie when the second reading is to dissenting votes at the first reading.
That would be for any and all items on an agenda?
It's a question legally, Mark, not your opinion on how it's going to operate in practice. I'm asking if legally you can tie the second reading to the outcome of the first vote.
I believe you legally can, but the devil's in the details. And
I understand that, and I agree with you. I'm just asking a question.
Do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Well, I'd go ahead and I'd move that we postpone this till our next evening meeting.
Second.
Let's just, I mean, we've got the power to do that. So I moved it, and let's see, I had 2 seconds came out to postpone it till our next evening meeting. So there's a motion on the floor. But before we move to discussion on that, I'd like to find out, can I ask the applicant a question about postponing this item? Mr. Mealy, I can only assume that after waiting so long for this to get to this point, you're anxious to have it be done with, but is another couple of weeks going to harm anything?
I would hope that you would vote today. We've been at this a long time.
I understand that, Mr. Mealy. My question is it going to damage the project in some way or fashion that you can explain to us today if we postpone this?
I don't really have an explanation for that.
Very
I just
good.
hope you'll vote for it today.
I hear you. Okay. Very good. So discussion on the motion to postpone. Commissioner Fessick?
I think that given I don't know exactly how many emails or comments I've fielded about people who wanted to come and speak up on this agenda item today that could not make it due to work. So I feel like there is, just from my feedback from residents that I've heard from, I feel like it would be advantageous to us to at least give them the opportunity to speak at a meeting and be able to ask questions if they need to directly to the applicant. So I would support moving it to the 6 p.m. Thank you.
Very good. I'd just like to point out that's the reason I made the motion, to delay it so folks can have a chance to come forward. And we have
Reason why I made one in the beginning, too.
moved and seconded, so any further discussion? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Hart?
Yes. Very good. Thank you. Item number 6 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, accepting the donation of 2 automated external defibrillators, AEDs, from the Frankie Foundation to be placed at various city parks, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Moore.
See if I follow directions real quick. There we go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Scott Moore, Parks and Recreation. This donation from the Frankie Foundation is more than equipment. It's peace of mind. By placing AEDs in our parks, we're making sure help is close by when it matters most. I hope this donation doesn't come as a shock, but it's one that truly helps save lives. At this time, I'd like to invite Dave McGurr from the Frankie Foundation to join us and share a brief overview of the foundation and the important work they do.
Very good. Mr. McGurr.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Harrison, Greg, Mr. Berman, good to see everybody. My name is Dave McGurr, 13 Southeast 19th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. I am also the Chief Engineering Inspector here for the City of Pompano. I'm often asked, what is the Frankie Foundation? Everybody comes up to me, the same question. The Frankie Foundation was created and is dedicated to turning tragedy into triumph. A dear friend, a truly best friend of many, Frank Speciale was taken too far too soon in the prime of his life by heart disease. On February 15, 2007, Frank was playing soccer at a facility at one of our sister cities when he suddenly went into cardiac arrest in the middle of a game. He was only 42 years old. At the time, the park did not have an AED available. Unfortunately, that absence provided critical. So in Frank's honor, we established the Frankie Foundation to try to prevent this from happening again. We carry out our mission in two key ways. First, we raise funds to purchase and place automated external defibrillators, AEDs, in parks and athletic fields throughout South Florida. An AED is the only effective treatment for most sudden cardiac arrests. Placing them near athletic fields and parks saves lives. Just curious, show of hands, does anybody here know how to use or been trained on an AED? I figured all you guys. No, that's good, that's good. Well, luckily the AEDs, they once you are trained on them, you open them up, it does a lot of the work for you. But if you ask any first responder, they will tell you that CPR alone is not enough. You need these units. The night Frank passed, several of the players on our team on the field were trained first responders. Our goalkeeper was a Deerfield Beach firefighter. We had a BSO deputy also on our team. The team we were playing that night had a Pompano Beach lifeguard in their goal. And while CPR is critical and can save lives, survival rates are significantly higher when an AED is available and used quickly. To date, the Foundation has donated 72 AEDs, with 2 AEDs being donated tonight. That the City of Pompano will now be receiving a total of 10 from our foundation. Our second key mission of the foundation proudly offers scholarships each year to local high school student athletes who embody Frank's selfless spirit. These students who give back, look out for others, and live with heart. To date, we have awarded 66 scholarships, soon to be 67. That was for you. Each in the amount of $1,000, so you guys can do the math. We began serving Pompano Beach High School as our first local school, and then we've expanded it out throughout the committee to many schools. Through these efforts, we honor Frank's legacy by protecting lives today and investing in the leaders of tomorrow. Frankie truly lived his life to its fullest. He was born in Long Island, just a town away from where I was born. He later moved with his family to Pompano. He graduated Pompano Beach High School, class of '82. He's a very gifted athlete, coached youth baseball and soccer. Him and I were coaches together forever. I actually met Frank when I was a freshman at Pompano High, and the alumni soccer guys always came down and supported us and, coming to all our games. The foundation is based here in Pompano. The idea and mission came from Mike Goodrich, a former classmate of Frank's, and he was our very first board member. Everyone on the board is also locally here from Pompano. graduated from school, from Dr. Jason Cheshire, who's not here, Scott Henready, Chris Dudley, all graduated from Ely, myself included. Carolyn grew up in Pompano as well, and Justina is like our super volunteer who we now made a board member. We raise funds through several community events, including our annual bowling fundraiser, typically held in mid to late September. In 2013, we donated an AED to Manor Lanes where we hold our event. The staff was trained. And then just 3 months later, someone collapsed from cardiac arrest. The AED was located right by where you get your shoes, your bowling shoes, and was used immediately. The AED saved his life. So our foundation has one life saved. We also volunteer at the Tortuga Music Festival, operating a beverage booth. I mean, we're always looking for volunteers. That's Justina's baby. She runs that. We also have an upcoming event. It's called Dine to Donate, February 4th from 6 to 10 at Dangerous Minds Brewery. They do an event to local charities the first Wednesday of every month. So it's an easy way to come up, support a charity. They do it every month with different charities. So I could go on and on about Frank. He had the biggest heart, and in the end, it was his heart that let him down. We hope these 2 AEDs never get used, but in the event, they will be there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes.
Nothing further unless you have questions.
Nothing further. Absolutely. That says it all, and that's quite enough. Thank you to the foundation.
A picture?
Pardon me?
We have the AEDs here. Can we come up there and get a picture?
Certainly, absolutely. Well, let's wait until we finish the item, though.
Okay. I guess I can add something. What we put up on the screen is new, this isn't one they're donating, but it's new AED standalone machines that we're able to put in parks. In this past budget year, we were able to purchase 5 of these machines. The AEDs that they have here will go in 2 of those 5, but we were able to purchase 5 of them and put 1 in each one of your districts. So we have 5 right now. You'll see it in the budget coming up soon for more to add to our parks as well. So right now we have 5 of them. They're self-contained. If you open them up, it takes a picture, a selfie of whoever opens them up. It also calls 911 for us. So 911 and the whole emergency action plan is immediately set in motion, and we're able to come and help our park rangers know about it and everyone else. So these are new AEDs you'll see in your parks. Each of you have one right now.
Excellent. Very nice. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I just want to say, this one hits really close to home for me, so thank you so much for your work on getting these standalone safety cabinets in our parks, and for the work that Frankie Foundation has done to get these AEDs out in the community. My father passed away when he was my age from a cardiac arrhythmia due to overexertion, and this was long before AEDs were so prevalent. There was no AED in the hotel where he was at, and it took too long for a response. So you've already saved a life, and you've saved a family, and you know, there's little boys and girls out there who are going to have their parents as a result of the work you're doing. So thank you very much.
Here, here. Yeah, I would add to that also. Thank you so much. Throughout the years, I've known the Frankie Foundation. You guys have been doing it, and you know, sometimes people look at you and say, "Well, you're just a bunch of people that go bowling," but no. I mean, you save lives, and that's priceless. It's truly remarkable. Thank you so much. For the Commissioner Perkins, then Commissioner Fessick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is certainly a life-saving tool, and we really appreciate it. We thank you for the donation. I would think with the CERT team years ago, I think in the 90s when I took the class and finished the CERT team, we didn't have anything like this in place. So maybe this is something we can insert now with the CERT team, so they will know exactly how to work it, how to use it. I mean, really is kind of self-explanatory, but still it's good to know. But thank you so much. We really appreciate it. It's so needed, especially in our parks. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik?
Thank you. Yeah, I want to just reiterate everything, and Vice Mayor, thanks for making us all cry up here also, but just heartfelt, truly. But, you think about technology and how far it's come, and how we wear devices on our wrists and our fingers to help detect, any sort of arrhythmia or anything crazy, and we're all active and in South Florida, and, not that age is a factor necessarily, but thank you so much for this donation. This is amazing, and I would love to help continue to support your foundation and get involved and help spread the word. Speaking to the learning how to use one, I might suggest that because we have this available to us and we have an amazing strategic marketing team with a video crew that's back there that never gets any credit, that maybe we can have a video or something through social media that we can help to educate. If you would like to know, in an emergency, this is how these work, this is what happens, just like you just spoke today also, that this will dial 911, here's what you do, et cetera, to help walk people through this. Hopefully they'll never have to use it, but just in case, maybe it'll be an added few seconds of safety. So thank you again for everything.
We are working together on doing an unveiling where it will do a full demonstration and getting it on video and everything else, and we'll be able to put that out. You guys are doing that.
Very good. Commissioner.
And Justiana hit me up for volunteer stuff.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes, I also want to thank you guys very, very much for your citizenship, for your dedication, for your efforts, for your service, and for your caring. So, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Nothing further. Let's go ahead and call the roll so we can take a picture. Want to call the roll? Yeah.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Arden?
Yes. Okay, let's just take a 2-minute break for a quick photo. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'm gonna shake his hand.
Well, don't give it to me. No, don't give it to me.
Thanks for reaching out to me. I appreciate it. No one else says hi to me.
No, I look sick. I mean, no, I know you can't. That's right. Yeah.
You said.
No. I said 2 minutes. So 2 minutes is almost up. So yeah, let's reconvene the meeting now. There, we're back in order. Even though the on-air thing stayed up. Okay, very good. Thank you for that. All right, this move on to item number 7 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement for uniform collection of non-ad valorem special assessments between the City of Pompano Beach and the Broward County Tax Collector, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Waters.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Joshua Waters, the city's Budget Director. The item before you is the approval of an agreement between the city and the Broward County Tax Collector for the collection of the city's non-ad valorem fire assessment fee on the annual tax bill. As a result of voter-approved constitutional and county charter changes, Broward County now has an elected tax collector who has assumed responsibility for tax bill collections that were previously handled by the county government. Under state law, any municipality that wishes to place a non-ad valorem assessment on the tax bill must enter into a formal agreement with the tax collector. This agreement allows the tax collector to collect and remit the city's fire assessment fees and to recover actual costs of collection subject to statutory limits. Staff worked very closely with the tax collector's office and other Broward County municipalities to ensure this agreement is clear, consistent, and uniformly applied. This included a meeting that the Vice Mayor coordinated with the tax collector herself and city staff. And I also want to thank that city attorney who's been working with me very closely on this issue for the past several months. With that, staff recommends approval of the resolution.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
My birth name is Thomas Jerry Thiebaud Jr. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. But I've been, nature is what I go by. That's what everybody knows, most people know me as. And the people that were talking before about the heart thing, okay, I have personal experience with using the nerve endings. I've met one professional yet that knows what the nerve endings are for. The main information in pain, what needs to be made to fix this problem. If you don't have it pulled in the nervous system, the glands always don't get recognition, they don't make it. It's like, how do you get your friend, your relative, your brother, sister, somebody what they need if you don't know what they need? You have to know what they need. Same with the body's glands and organs. If they don't have that information of what needs to be made to fix whatever problem the body has, they don't make it. They have to have that information. The nerve ending is the way to get the information to them. The nerve ending for the heart is right there. Right there on the right hand. Right hand goes left side of the body, left hand goes right side of the body. That's the heart right there. By your pinky knuckle.
Very good, sir, but I hate to cut you off now, but we're on the next item. Now we're
Well, you
past
didn't
it.
have public comment on that item. She said you had a public comment before the item had. But how can you have it before the item? After the item speaks, that's when you should have the public comment. So that's the reason I was waiting for the public comment after that item, but you had none. She said they had it before the item. So how can you do that with the item not being talked about?
Very good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, though.
So I hope you correct that. Like I said, if anybody has a problem with their heart, their body can make what's needed, massage that area, you get the information, glands over, they make what's needed, then you massage the heart, you increase blood flow, increase the deposit of the very specific enzymes and nutrients the glands and organs made, you heal your own heart like that.
Okay.
I am the owner of the plantation. March the 20th, 2020, 247, North St. Louis, Florida, the Epic Center. Second mutation, it gave me energy connection, all energy, everything.
Very good.
If it exists, I own it. Absolute fact.
Thank you, sir.
If y'all don't want to work with me, mankind is going to be obliterated from existence. That's why this COVID did this.
Thank you, sir.
COVID
Appreciate
virus is made for that.
Thank you.
It's going to put all mankind to sleep forever.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
I'm telling
Appreciate
you.
it.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
March the 20th, check and respect what's been happening.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off, sir.
I got
Thank you.
41. I got 42.
No. You're on the wrong item. That's the thing. Thank you for your input, though. Appreciate it. But yeah.
The item of mankind doesn't matter.
I'm sorry.
Item of mankind doesn't matter. Humanity.
Sir, we're on an item dealing with a budget issue here. I'm sorry.
I'm talking about existing humanity.
I'm going to ask you to go ahead and thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public. Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I had one quick question on this. I know when we last spoke about this, we learned a lot and had some back and forth, and I had asked what other cities have signed this, and I think at that time maybe Fort Lauderdale had passed something, but a lot of other cities hadn't. Are more cities passing this agreement at this point?
Correct. We got the final draft agreement that the cities and the tax collector agreed upon in December. Unfortunately, it was too late to get onto the December agenda, which is why we're bringing it to you now. Fort Lauderdale was the first one who passed theirs back in October. Other cities, it's my understanding, but I'll defer to Mr. Berman, who's had communication with other city attorneys, are taking this up now.
With your permission.
Mr. Berman.
Yes, we have at our monthly meeting with all city attorneys and county attorney's office last week, and other cities are now starting to put this on their agenda. This is the final form of the agreement. It took a little while to get things ironed out. It is a new process.
Right, and that's why I asked that question, because I know it's a new process, a new office of the tax collector, and it's a new bit of money that we're losing here that we have to pay to have our taxes collected. So I wanted to make sure that all the other cities were similarly on board with this.
We had some disagreements in terms of the interpretation of what could and could not be. It's been resolved to the extent we can at this point. So we're ready to move ahead.
Okay, and is there still any work being undertaken to determine if we should be getting rid of like like a taxing district and rolling things into the general fund?
So we have done some research into the EMS taxing district. It was initially enacted back in 1975 by an ordinance, which was then approved via referendum by the voters. So I'll defer to Mr. Berman, but to repeal that law, you would have to go back to referendum. But we are researching different ways of adjusting the tax rates between the EMS taxing district and the general operating tax district to perhaps avoid paying the commission or a large portion of the commission.
Okay, so the tax district was created by referendum, but the 0.5 mil, like that could, what if that went to zero? That probably wasn't set via referendum.
Correct, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, when I read the ordinance earlier today, it set the limit of the tax rate at 0.5 mils.
Okay, so if that went to zero, the tax district can still stay in existence without getting it on a ballot, but we could just defund it essentially.
Yes, and to be clear, something is created by referendum, it needs to be removed by referendum. There was an attempt to do that a few years after it started. It did not pass, but we could move everything, and I don't want to speak for the budget director, but I think we can move those costs and expenses potentially through the budget, leave this in place, maybe tax zero
right.
because again, we don't know what's going to happen in the next, we may want this at some point.
Understood.
We may not want to get rid of it, depending what's going to happen in Tallahassee.
Understood. We have uncertainty from Tallahassee with property taxes and other things, and we would have to put it on a ballot and try and explain that anyway. So as long as we have the flexibility to potentially leave it in existence but defund it for the meantime, that would work. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
Hello. I just had one quick question related to the term of this. So the term, it's just, this is a one-year term?
So it's renewable year to year. So it's 1 year term, but it renews automatically every year until it's canceled. It's the similar agreement exists with the Broward County property appraiser, where it's also, they do charge us an annual administrative fee. It's smaller than this. But we do have an agreement with them that is a year agreement that just renews every year.
Right, and is there a cap on this, or is there something where this could, let's say, just go, for instance, 5% higher, now it's 5%, or now it's 4% based on?
State law limits it to 2%
Perfect.
of cost collected, of revenue collected, and then at the end of the year, if the costs are actually lower than what was collected, then the tax collector has to remit that to the cities on a pro rata basis.
Thank you very much.
I thought he was going to ask me. I'm sorry.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 8 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a First Amendment to the State Revolving Loan Agreement, DW 0624A0, between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Ms. Mahab.
Okay, the item before you is a request to execute Amendment 1 to the FDP State Revolving Fund Loan Agreement DW 0624A0, extending the project completion date from January 15, 2026 to April 15, 2027. The loan was originally approved under Resolution 2023-200 in the amount of $9.595 million with 100% principal loan forgiveness for the planning and design activities related to the water facilities planned emerging contaminant upgrades to comply with the PFAS regulation, which goes into effect in 2029. The extension is necessary due to delays in the South Florida Water Management District permitting process, which affects our raw water allocation and consequently the design criteria for Phase 2 of the plan. The amendment does not change the loan amount or the fiscal impact and supports the city's strategic and comprehensive plan for reliable, sustainable, portable water infrastructure.
Very good. Thank you for that. Just for the record, identify yourself.
Renuka Muhammad, Utilities Director.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question about the timing here. So the completion date was supposed to be 2 days from now? So
Yes, this came to our attention, yes.
Okay, so why are we just seeing this? Did we just noticed it? Or-
It just came up from, yes, the state
Okay.
and from our consultant.
Got it. So there is definitely an urgency to this. And is who picked the April 15th, 2027 date? Is that,
We did that with our consultant. There was an agreement between the consultant and the state to put it off to the 27th.
do we think that's sufficient time to get the permitting issues?
So this affects phase 2. So phase 1 is already in process, it's under design, and that phase 1 takes us to the 20 MGD. So we have 10 MGD right now, and the other 10 MGD under phase 1 will get us to the 20 MGD. The phase 2 is the proposed additional 10 MGD. Now, what we don't know is what we're going to move towards, what alternative. So we do not believe the district is going to give us an extra 10 MGD Biscayne allocation. So we have to determine what that additional treatment may look like. Is it going to look Florida and aquifer and reverse osmosis? We don't know yet. So once we get to that point from the district letting us know what they're going to allocate us, then we could determine from there what alternative technology and source water we're going to need.
Okay, so it sounds like, do we know when we will get that directive or direction from the district?
Not at this point. The application has been submitted for a modification, so we are pending with them.
Okay, so it's possible we will need to extend this again if we...
We may have to. Okay. So it all depends on the district, what the allocation is going to be, what the directive is going to be, again, based on the comp plan, the population projections. Right now, there's lots of unknowns out there.
Okay.
But we do have sufficient under phase 1 to provide for the next 5-10 years.
Okay. So we have the time, we have the runway here to
Yes.
to do this. But
Correct.
so I always wonder when we do this, like, is it worth giving ourselves enough time so we don't have to keep coming back? But
So it depends on FDP and where their comfort level is. So as we make the argument to extend this deadline, depending on what is going on with the permitting process, yes.
okay, we might see you again in a year. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. We'll definitely see you again on this item.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Mayor.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yeah, my question was, have we chosen a method for the filtering process? And from, I think what I've heard, we have not. There isn't not.
So phase 1 is definitely nanofiltration. So we have 10 MGD right now of nanofiltration using the Biscayne aquifer.
Okay.
The phase 1 for the additional 10 MGD, so we're discontinuing lime softening. Phase 1, we will go into nanofiltration using the current allocation. So it's phase 2 is the unknown for us. Because phase 2, when you talk about alternative technology, it gets very expensive. So we want to be very careful and thoughtful in how we choose that technology.
Yes, yes. An interesting fact, I will see you on Friday, I'm sure, at the Water Advisory
Yes,
Board.
the TAC meeting.
Interesting fact, these forever carbons, these PFAS, I call them faux pas, at a degree of 12,000 degrees Fahrenheit, those carbon molecules will break down and become their natural carbon element and essentially be able to be put back naturally into the environment. And I called Russ Ketchum and I said, Russ, what is a typical garbage incinerator burn at? He said it burns at 2,000 degrees. So we essentially...
You have to incinerate for PFAS, yes.
So it's just interesting as being on the Water Advisory Board for the county and learning a great deal about these things in our environment, which are really everywhere, how to get rid of them, what to do, with them has really been interesting. But I know with technology will come and everyone's going to have to get rid of them. So we will see what we will do. But thank you, Renuka.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I share some of the concerns. I wanted to first thank you for the amazing tour of the facilities and congratulate you guys again on your many awards. The work that you are doing, and I think the challenge is, I know we're going to be seeing a lot of you, I think, in the coming few years, just simply because some of the challenges that you shared with some of these new rules, regulations coming down, and cities and municipalities being forced to deal with them. I applaud you for your efforts and your patience level, and I want to say that if you need more time, I think in an effort to try to make things work, we can always give you a better runway, and then we can over-deliver at some point. Thank you.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. I'm sure I'll be working with administration to bring you at some point up to date with the projects and where we are in the very near future.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Harton?
Yes, it's now 3 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Call this meeting back to order. Pompano Beach City Commission meeting. Item number 9 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement for transportation services point to point between the City of Pompano Beach and Circuit Transit, Inc. to provide microtransit transportation services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, oh, hello.
Hi.
But I was just going to say, Mr. Lance, what? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Maribel Rodriguez, Parking Operations Coordinator. This is the second reading of this item with no changes.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, we are on a roll. Item 10 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3203, single-family residence 2, RS2, Section 155.3208, multifamily residence 7, RM7, Section 155.3209, multiple family residence 12, RM12, Section 155.3210, multiple family residence 20, RM20, Section 155.3211, multiple family residence 30, RM30, Section 155.3212, multifamily residence 45, RM45, Section 155.3302, limited business B1, Section 155.3303, community business B2, Section 155.3304, general business B3, Section 155.3305, heavy business B4, Section 155.3306, marine business M1, and Section 155.3501, transit-oriented TO, to modify building height and setback measurements by amending Section 155.9401, measurement and Part 5 terms and uses defined, to further clarify measurement references for building height, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Weems.
Hi, good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services. This is, well, technically the third reading of this ordinance, but due to an advertising mishap, we have to legally put this back on the agenda after second reading, or for an advertised reading. There have been no changes since the first reading, and I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 11 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.5302, fences and walls, to modify fence height measurements, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Weems.
Hi, good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner for Development Services. This is the second reading of this ordinance. There have been no changes since the first reading, and I am available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Ted Bone with President of Z Construction, 920 Southwest 2nd Place in Pompano. Not adopting this amendment will be amended in the language in this fence, would unfairly penalize new homes that were required by code to raise finished floor and lot grades for flood compliance and resiliency. The homeowners are not choosing to elevate these properties. They're required to do so by mandate from FEMA, state code, and city process. Enforcing fence heights that would be using neighboring lower grades would effectively give these clients only a 4 to 5 foot fence, not the full 6 foot fence that is intended, and therefore creates a two-tier system, which not for new construction and would offer fewer property rights for the existing homes. This would also present a situation where it would not give the new homeowner a minimum standard for security. 6 foot fence is the standard for providing a privacy and safety barrier, And by not putting this language in and allowing it to be measured from the neighboring side lower will not give secure fence to the clients, to the new properties. The language that's really involved is whether you should be adding retaining wall to a 6-foot fence. And a retaining wall is not a fence. It is not a wall. It is designed by engineering necessary for flood mitigation, soil stabilization, drainage compliance, and building safety. This is a temporary condition. If you think about it over the long haul, everybody will ultimately have to raise their property. So by only allowing for a 4-foot fence now to a new build, you're causing problems down the line. There's been a long-standing city precedent that has allowed and approved fences to be topped upon retaining walls. 6 foot has always been the standard. We've built many a home, and 6 foot on top of a 2-foot retaining wall has been the existence everywhere. So this is just clarifying the language to make sure that it is approved and has been standard. Issued permits under this interpretation have been without objection for years. So changing this, not changing this would actually undermine the trust and permitting process, create confusion and financial harm, and potentially put the city open to an arbitrary concern of the inconsistent enforcement. So in conclusion, new construction should not be punished for complying with flood and building codes. Homeowners who have elevated their property as required should enjoy the same rights, privacy, and protection as their neighbors. The city has allowed this standard for years and has continued to be fair, consistent, and forward-thinking.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to reiterate some of the points I made last time, and I think that it's going to be the waterway properties that do suffer. And while it is, in fact, true that the first finished floor needs to be raised to the level required by FEMA, it does not require dirt to achieve that. I think the neighboring properties are going to be adversely affected by, hey, let's just bring in 4 feet of dirt and surround it with a retaining wall, and they're going to be built into a hole, essentially. And again, it's the waterway properties that are going to suffer. We've eliminated the site visibility triangle, so there's no right to a view. And we're now allowing 6-foot fence all the way out to the water, put 6-foot fence on top of a 4-foot retaining wall, and I think it's adversely affects the adjacent property, diminishes their value, quality of life, and all of that. And I've been sort of putting that out there of the unintended consequences, some of these changes that have been made, and I'm going to continue to put it out there. There could have been, I think there should have been some attention paid to the adjacent properties and their equity, their parity. So that's all I have to say. I'm not going to support this. I didn't support it last time. It didn't make any difference, but I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Poirier.
Yes.
Mayor Hart.
Yes. Item 12 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of
order.
the city.
I'm sorry. No, hold on, Ms. Burns. Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes, point of order. So before we take up any of the air park related items, I would just want to raise a threshold procedural objection that applies to all 3 of them. The items that are being presented are separate actions, and in reality, they're actually a coordinated sequence, which we discussed before in February. The county adoption materials in the backup for the ESL amendment state that the City of Pompano Beach recommended approval at a time when this commission had not taken final action. And that's a material inaccuracy for the record, and county and state bodies relied on it. So proceeding today would create a cascading reliance on a defective predicate. And so once we advance downstream land use and zoning actions on top of a defective predicate, the city's process then becomes vulnerable. So I'm not making any sort of, accusations of any, or ethics accusations. It's just basically making sure that we're following procedural guidelines.
Very good.
So I'm making a motion. I'm not done yet. Still have the floor?
So this is all wrapped up into one.
It's all wrapped up in one.
Okay.
I'm trying to get through as fast as I can because everybody wants to roll. So this is just about protecting the city and ensuring our actions can withstand scrutiny long-term.
Okay, let's go ahead and,
So I can make a motion. I'm sorry,
Make a motion.
I'm getting, if you would stop interrupting me, I will.
Let's
take
make the motion.
Thank you. I will. So I have a question for Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman, for the record, does a first reading constitute a governing body recommendation under Chapter 163 or Broward Next procedures? It's just a yes or no.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I can answer that.
Okay. It's a yes or no question, so.
It is approval on a transmittal. Transmittal hearings are the first reading, and adoption hearings are the second reading. Under Chapter 163, you have to have an approval of the first reading in order to transmit the ordinance to the county commission to do their part and to the state to do their part. So it's very clearly written in Chapter 163.
It's a so you're saying a transmittal, but it would not constitute a formal approval.
Approval is not until the adoption hearing, which is the second reading. The transmittal is first reading. If you get a no on the transmittal, you're done. You can't transmit it to anybody. So that is absolutely correct. Both myself and the county have 40 years plus experience with this growth management law. We know how to do the process.
Right, and I'm not questioning anybody's experience level. So if county documents represented a city recommendation before final action was taken, the representation was inaccurate at the time that it was relied upon by the county.
Incorrect.
Not saying a transmittal.
The transmittal hearing is first reading. We don't get to send it to the county if we don't get a yes. On transmittal, we got a 5-1 vote.
Okay, so that matters because we have 3 air park items that are related, and I'd like to have a little bit more of a backup or a city attorney.
Commissioner Fasick, it's just been explained to you that it's proper procedure.
If you would stop interrupting me, I would appreciate it.
So that takes care of your.
Mayor Harden, I move to remove all air park related agenda items from today's agenda.
Commissioner Fasick.
Due to cascading procedural defects arising from material inaccurate representations of city commission action relied upon by county and state agencies. And if that is not done, I would like a written explanation from our city attorney prior to moving forward.
Well,
Mayor, I have no legal concerns as to the process that's been followed in this procedure.
Sorry, your point of order is overruled. Thank you. Item 12 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, adopting a comprehensive plan map amendment for a 46.4-acre site located on the northwest corner of the Pompano Beach Air Park, providing for a determination that a local planning agency hearing was held on January 22nd, 2025, providing that a transmittal and adoption public hearing will be held, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. Second reading of our airport land use plan amendment and our environmentally sensitive lands map amendment. What we're going to do is one presentation that pertains to both items 12 and 13. So after item 12, we'll do the presentation for both. Then Mark will read the title for item 13. We will incorporate the presentation by reference and go on with our votes. Okay, so what we're requesting in this land use plan amendment is to change the corner parcel at the north end of runway 15 from a open space recreation land use category to transportation. It's about 46.4 acres. And the county did unanimously approve this amendment, and it's now shown as transportation on the county's land use map. That occurred on September 16th, 2025. The next amendment is to the environmentally sensitive lands map. These 4 areas on the environmentally sensitive lands map need to be taken off the airport, as this is an aviation deed restricted property. It is not eligible for environmentally sensitive land designations. The county unanimously approved the amendment to the environmentally sensitive lands map on December 9th, 2025. That map has now been changed. The reason the county unanimously approved all these requests is this FAA letter, which clearly points out why we cannot have environmentally sensitive lands on the air park.
Key points in this letter: 1, the FAA opposes any encumbrance on airport property for ecological or conservation purposes. Number 2, the deed restrictions from the 1947 transfer to the city under the Surplus Property Act requires the property to be used for aviation and aviation support purposes only. Number 3, accepting federal grants for aviation development comes with contractually obligated grant assurances, and designating lands on the airpark as environmentally sensitive land conflict with these grant assurances. Number 4, land use that promotes the attraction of wildlife is a hazard to air navigation, and by the way, a hazard to the wildlife. The city has a responsibility to prevent potential hazards. Both the airport land use map and the airport property map that are adopted by the FAA show the areas that are still under the deed restrictions. The area in color on the airport land use map is still deed restricted for aviation use. The areas outside on the property map that show the colors, those are the areas that have been released from those deed restrictions. All the white area is still deed restricted for aviation use only. So Broward County added some conditions of approval on our approval for these two amendments. Number 1, go for tortoise survey no more than 90 days prior to any construction or clearing and the relocation of gopher tortoise burrows subject to the Florida Wildlife Commission permitting. I might also add that we're subject to the National Environmental Policy Act for everything we do on the airport because it is a federal facility. So it's a much more stringent process than just the state regulations. Number 2, tree plantings along the city's multi-purpose path on Northeast 5th Avenue and Northeast 10th Street. And we're also going to create a mitigation receiving area along Copens as well. So the next agenda item where we talk about the zoning, that's where we're creating 100 feet buffers all the way around the air park along all the roads so that the trees can be mitigated in that area along our multi-purpose path. Number 3, the detailed plant survey to be taken prior to any land clearing, as well as the city assisting Broward County or similar staff with the collection of native seeds and plant clippings from rare and endangered plants on these parcels. That's already been planned. The plant specialists are going to come out throughout the year when it's best for those particular plants so they can get their seeds and their cuttings for any plants that they want to transplant into these existing sand pine preserves, which we already have in the city. We have 58 acres of sand pine preserve already, 34 in the Highland Scrub Preserve and 24 in the Crystal Lake Preserve. These have been preserved by the county with a 1989 bond issue. They've been maintained ever since. So if any of these plants are worthy of being transplanted, that's where they'll go. So staff's recommendation on this: we recommend approval to adopt the change to the land use designation of the subject parcel to transportation and to acknowledge the removal of all parcels of land on the air park from the county's environmentally sensitive lands map to ensure, number 1, compliance with the 1947 Surplus Act deed restriction requiring the property be used for aviation and aviation support purposes only. Compliance with the contractually obligated grant assurances associated with past, present, and future federal airport grants. And 3, compliance with the requirement to avoid wildlife and height visibility hazards to aviation operations. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Carol Eisman, 4020 West Palm Air Drive. I have a couple of questions of staff. First of all, who's going to take charge of moving the wildlife that is there now?
We'll hire consultants to do that.
Okay. I guess my concern is that every time I look around and when there's some great green space and a place for our youth, our children to maybe learn something, to experience something, the next thing you look and it becomes concrete. Does the airport, in all this time that it's been functioning there, been hampered greatly? Have we had any accidents? What has happened that has pushed for this change to come about? I haven't seen anything. Why should we give this up? Why should we exchange this beautiful area that we have for more concrete? Is there a real need? I haven't seen it in anything I read. I'm very perturbed by it. I really feel funny because most people would have never called me an environmentalist, and yet I feel like an environmentalist standing here because I'm getting so tired of seeing all the building that we have, apartments, everything, with no greenery around it. Everything is concrete, and so we have this small area, in my opinion, of greenery that's not bothering anybody, doesn't seem to be hampering anything from happening at this air park, and all of a sudden greed has come along, and let's make this more air parky, and we're going to take all of this wild greenery and this area and these plants. And so I am concerned. As a resident, I moved here to Pompano, and I chose Pompano 7 years ago rather than Fort Lauderdale because we were more green. And what I'm seeing is all the green becoming concrete, and that disturbs me. And I would encourage the commission to vote no on this.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public, please come forward.
Marilyn D. Martini, 1110 Northeast 27th Avenue, Pompano Beach. The air park has been, designated through the deed restrictions since the 40s as aviation space. We understand that. It's the growth of the airport that has concerned the neighborhoods surrounding it. We've been very clear with the commission about our concerns about this. We're welcoming the trade school. We think it's a good use because it's not a flight school, which is our problem with the air park. But my question is, how do you just all of a sudden non-designate an environmental space? There is wildlife there. There is greenery that's worth. And why are we going to transplant plants or take seeds and put them somewhere else where we have green space there? If there are invasive species, they can be cleared out. But don't tell me that there, like they said at the airport advisory meeting earlier this month, that there's no wildlife there that needs to be protected. Don't tell me that right next to the air park that there's not tortoises and owls and other kinds of wildlife that need protection. Why are we giving up green space, like the other woman said, to house a school? Pompano Aviation has built tons of new hangars. Why can't this school be housed on places that are already paved and already aviation use? Why are we giving up some? Why are we changing zoning from what it has already been established as environmental and making that non-environmental? Making that decision doesn't change the character of the property. You can say it's whatever you want. It's aviation use because it's deeded. It's still green space that's environmental and should be preserved. And likewise, we encourage the commission to vote against this. There are other ways of accommodating the trade school.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. Just a quick comment. The last time I spoke on this item was not at commission, it was at planning and zoning. And the feedback that I got was that if I wanted to challenge this kind of conversation, that I needed to come with an attorney or a professional. And it's really kind of unnerving to a member of the general public to be told that by people making decisions. I should not have to hire an attorney as a private citizen to have a discussion with my city. This is a thorny issue, and I really get it. I went to an FXE meeting where they were having a similar discussion about required runway maintenance and lengthening for certain things, and people really didn't understand the nature of the thing. So I get it that this exists, but there is a deeper conversation here that's not really being had because people aren't I'm not able to come with an attorney to have this debate, and I think what Commissioner Fezzik was trying to do was bring a legal opinion into it about how we've done all this, but it's just a word about this kind of land. When you start, there's so many projects going on around the city, and when we're looking at moving something that's kind of secret treasure trove of some nature, when we see all this other building in other spaces, it makes people uncomfortable, and you haven't made the public comfortable with what you're trying to do there yet. So I think you need to do a better job on that, and maybe it starts at messaging. Maybe it starts at the way you talk to each other about it. I'm not really sure, but I think we're not there yet. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public?
Good afternoon and Happy New Year. I am Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram of Exit 36. Now, I am a 42U veteran teacher, resident since 2000 in Pompano Beach. It is amazing to me that we have a well-established elite gentleman in our audience, Mr. Barrington. It amazes me that we are not concerned about all people learning what they need to learn, what they choose to learn, if accepted in the school, about aviation mechanics. Now, I did my research, and I found out in Florida there's not one aviation school that's owned by a person that looks like me. And when I know that I have students that I taught that are willing and ready to attend this aviation mechanical school. Now, I thank you, Allison, for your pilot license. That's outstanding. That's something that I wouldn't even think about. I love flying, but I'll leave it to you pilots. So I would hope that we care more about our educational learning to expand it than our animals that will also live. There is a place for them. Because I think about how we at the CRA, Pompano Beach, took over funeral homes, took over the cemetery, the black cemetery near where I lived, and I don't remember anybody complaining. Now, the federal government has stated in the letter in May that land is to be used for aviation. And if that's point blank, it's point blank. And I think I would advise you all to vote yes, due to the fact that we are outstanding citizens who care about everything, the air, the wind. We just accepted so many awards today for water. Just think of how many other places that will be looking at Pompano Beach as the first in Broward County to have a school, aviation school. I vote yes.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Gary Phillips, 1210 Northeast 27th Avenue. I grew up in Pompano Beach. My brother used to drag me through that area before they put fences up around it, and we used to explore it, looking for snakes and turtles and finding everything you can. My dad had a car lot over on Dixie Highway, right across from the horse area, and we would just cruise across and get out there, go all the way through. We'd cut through the golf course and everything, and it makes me sick to my stomach to think that you guys are going to destroy that area. And you're going to do it. And I know you're going to do it. I know there's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you. Nobody sticks up to the FAA. Who knows? I don't even think the FAA is trying to get that land from you, but you're going to do it anyway, aren't you? You're going to just tear it right up. You're going to slam it right out there and you won't even think twice about it because you guys are overdeveloping Pompano Beach to the point of comedy. I just got back here after spending 20 years in Los Angeles, and it's starting to look. It looks exactly like Los Angeles now. There's no green spaces left. There's just traffic and buildings, and they're making these buildings with apartment buildings. Nobody's living in them. They're all empty. It's so weird. It's so something's going on. And you're about to let it happen again. But this time you're going to take something more than just like an old restaurant or you're going to take such beautiful land, such beautiful animals and land, and you could just leave it there and go around it, but you're not. You're going to go and you're going to get rid of it, and it's disgusting. And you're going to do it, and you're going to let the airport come in there and have more flight schools that are just driving us absolutely nuts, and you don't care. Nobody cares that my house on a bad day gets over 100 flights over it of people going in circles, whee, and you're going to bring more of them in there, and the airport's going to become bigger, or the air park, whatever it's called. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and you don't care. You're just going to develop the shit out of it. I'm okay with it. I'm not a NIMBY. I'm all for development, smart development, kind development, care about the people that live there development. And you guys, I don't know what you're doing, but it makes me paranoid, and I have conspiracy theories in my head that you guys are like letting special interest take over. And just like it's happening all over South Florida, all over the state of Florida, all over the United States, we the people have to stand up and stop letting you guys do this. Stop ruining beautiful areas so that you can have one more flight school, one more this, one more that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, please. Next speaker, anybody? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. Welcome back, City Manager. First of all, I would like to say, I don't know how many of you visit these strip clubs. We got 2 of them in District 4. Matter of fact, how many of you done been to jail? We got several in District 4. Now, at the end of the day, it's time for us to start developing and get some things that we would like to have. For starters, our children. We bigger than basketball. We bigger than football. So it's time for us to get something for our children. And you guys talking about green space, if your homeowners go outside, look at the green space in front of you that you pay for. When it comes to our children getting their education, career advancements, we stand 10 toes down for the opportunity of our children, no matter what color they are. And for anyone to sit on this panel to disagree, to not have us to take advantage of this opportunity, is only one thing. You don't see the vision. Our vision is big here, and it's time. It's time for the Northeast side to get with the program. We done been silent, quiet. You know, you got the beautiful pier, you got the Ward City building up, and you have the sand spurs that we pay for, quarterly, yearly. Ain't nobody coming over here talking about that. We 100% support the aviation. The planes been flying. I had a home for 20 years over here in Kennedy Green. The planes fly so low, you be afraid to have your children outside. And you talking about green space? But to prevent our children from excelling in life? No, that's not gonna happen. Before the aviation, my hat go off to you, Mr. Barrington. I'm big on representation of us. We have come a long ways from Pompano. trust, and believe from every fiber and beam in me. Pompano is standing on the backs of the migrants. It's time. It's time for a change. We got development coming. It's time for a change. We may not get everything we want, but we're gonna get some things. And we sick of all that foolishness coming in our development, like I said, the strip clubs and the jailhouses. We bigger than that.
Very good. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause. I try and stop all applause. Thank you. Any further input from the public? Last opportunity. Please come forward. Mr. Barrington Irving. I was going to bring you up after the public finished because you're kind of, I want to hear a better explanation of this, but further input from the public. Seeing none, public input closed. Now, Mr. Irving, if you could, give an explanation of what's going on here. I know that there's some confusion out there about what's happening and why we're doing this, we know what's going on up here on the dais, but just for the public who's watching at home and stuff, could you just kind of explain what it is that the plan is for this particular parcel?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Board. Thank you all for having me and listening in regards to this. Now, I know there's a lot of rumors out there as it relates to some stuff that's been seen in the public pertaining to programs expanding to Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. And of course, with our grant, our lease is coming to an end. Our lease ends at the end of this month. And about a year, almost a year and a half ago, I was asked a question by one of the commissioners of where else do we do this work? Of course, you all know I'm based out of Opelika Airport. And of course, I shared we do some work in Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. And in addition to that, we do work all across the country. There is tremendous need. This isn't just a Pompano issue. There's tremendous need all across this country as it pertains to empowering our communities through skilled trades and workforce development. And I'm not talking about a flight school, never have spoken about a flight school. What we did with your grant that you provided to us is we had the opportunity to, of course, work with young students within middle and high school. Just recently, we had a STEM Fest in December. We're expecting 150 kids. We had over 400 students. Not counting parents, not counting adults who were present. Some of you had a chance to attend that. The adult program, we work with 11 candidates, some of those candidates you met here. Of the 11, 6 of them are employed. Now, one of the 6 did not pass a drug test, right? We have to celebrate the success along with the challenges. 2 additional students went on to major in skilled trades at Broward College. One of the candidates does not have he's working on his driver's license, and he's working on basically not only his driver's license, but reliable transportation for his employment opportunity. I love Pompano. I love this city. And I know there's a lot of rumors saying, hey, he's leaving. And I just want to make very, very clear, I ain't going nowhere. And I say that with all respect from the aspect of when we received the grant, roughly 68% of that funding went towards the aircraft hangar. The landlord gave us no breaks, didn't work with us in regard to that. Now, we're appreciative we had the chance to rent the space. There wasn't anything provided. This wasn't our experience in other places like Miami and other areas where we do this work. When I first came to Pompano, I came with a very clear mission. And that mission was to not only have a program here, but build an enterprise here around workforce as well as education. I've shown on the screen what conceptually this can potentially look like, and it's something that I take serious. What I plan to execute in Pompano isn't the same as what we're doing in Fort Lauderdale in a 10,000 square foot hangar. This is about creating an ecosystem that thrives on its own, leverages industry who are giving you percentages of their revenue in order to invest in a direct workforce pool that they would have access to. This isn't something that I'm making up. This is what we do in Miami. We went from a 1,200 square foot office space in Miami to now having over 22,000 square feet of training space in Miami, as well as acreage being provided to us for us to expand. Now, I also want to say this, and I know there's been comments made about the FAA and so forth as it relates to an airport being and operating as an airport. Of course, in working with you all, we would want to respect some of the environmental concerns, separation concerns from sand and spurs and so forth. My daughter's an equestrian. Many people don't know that. All right, she just competed at WEC in Ocala. What we have to understand here in South Florida, as it pertains to airports, whether we like it or not, look at Opa-locka Airport, first or second busiest airport in the country in business aviation. Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport is the 7th busiest airport in the nation. Why are flight schools coming to Pompano? Because there's nowhere else to go. I'm not representing flight schools. I have no intention of creating flight schools. We want to work with industry where we're bringing in maintenance facilities, overhaul facilities, create employment, and so forth. The reason why I bring up those two facts is because, like it or not, the FAA will do what the FAA has to do. I've seen it in Opa-locka, I've seen it in other places, and it's just a matter of time. There's nowhere else left in South Florida as it pertains to airport expansion. Now, my approach is simple. Create an ecosystem, bring in industry, non-related to, training aircraft, figure out a meaningful approach as it pertains to, yes, respecting the environment and some of those key things. But that's my approach. I guarantee you there are other developers salivating to come in and really create the definition of a concrete jungle. So what we're going to do now that the grant is nearing to an end, we're going to continue serving students from Pompano, and until we figure out the right situation in Pompano, we'll serve them from Fort Lauderdale Executive. The interest and the commitment still remains. Right now, we have another 10 students who want to participate in the program. But as it relates to the employment aspect of it, this is something that, of course, there's FAA mandates, but as it relates to my personal passion of working in this community, I'm committed. When we got the grant, we had to pay the rent with no breaks, financial breaks, we still said, let's do it. Equipment we could not afford. We brought over $160,000 of equipment from Miami, 30 miles north up here to still serve students. My level of commitment stands, and I hope to expand what we're doing as it relates to the air park. If I don't do it, somebody else will, and that's just how it works in aviation. So thank you all for hearing me out. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Irving. Appreciate you being here in Pompano Beach, and congratulations on all your success in the aviation world. Thank you so much. All right, commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Commissioner Fessick, then Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Fessig.
Okay. I want to thank you for all of your input. As I mentioned at the February 11th meeting, 2025, almost a year ago, I fully support Barrington's program and training school. So they're two separate items. They just happen to be linked together for the purposes of these agenda items. So as far as I understand it, Mr. Barrington was not offered a lease, even one with contingencies at the moment, and that was at least back in February of 2025. I haven't seen anything in the backup, so we're going to start there. So I want to separate the two issues entirely. I support the training program. I've said that multiple times, and I continue to do that. Ms. Dolan, on the slide that you had here, going back a few related to the map, that one. Is this, so those two maps there with how it's marked, the adopted future land use map and proposed future land use map, could you explain where we are currently? How are those?
That is still our adopted land use map, and that is still our proposed land use map.
Right,
Until we do this second reading and transmit that to the DEO, that will continue to be our land use map. Once they approve that, if you all vote to approve this tonight, it'll go to DEO. Within 30 days, it'll be our land use map.
Okay. On the city of Pompano Beach, is this land currently designated as open recreation or parks and recreation, PR?
We're changing it from open space recreation for this 46-acre parcel to transportation. Just that parcel outlined in blue.
Okay, just the parcel outlined in blue.
Right, the rest is already transportation.
So when I pulled up on multiple, because I was trying to go through this multiple times and it seemed a little confusing to me, but when I pulled this up multiple times on our, basically went straight to our own website and our property map, and it's listed here, if you click on it, it's listed here as, like, this section here is listed folio number 484-225-00010. It's zoned as PR.
That zoning is parks and recreation, the land use is open space recreation.
Okay, so.
We're changing the land use today.
But land use, so we're changing the zone, but the zoning and rec use, it is still, just for clarity's sake, it's listed as parks and recreation.
Yes, and we will eventually rezone this, but we're not going to mess with that until we get this land use done.
Okay. If I remember correctly, back in February of last year, is there a portion of this property listed, I don't know how many acres it was, but how many acres was listed in, I think it was Parks and Recreation inventory?
33 of these acres was in our inventory. That was the arboretum. And even if we take those 33 acres out, we still have plenty of recreation land use. Actually, the surplus will last us another 80 years based on the current growth.
Okay. I just have a few questions for Mr. Berman before I continue. Mr. Berman, does the Pompano Beach City Charter control and limit the City Commission's zoning and land use authority?
Gives the commission land use authority, yes.
Okay, so the charter specifically controls and limits the land use authority?
Mr. Berman, the Broward County Charter gives the county land use authority. The city must be in compliance with the county's land use map. That's why we can't change our land use map until they change theirs.
That was not my question. My question was to Mr. Berman. Just the Pompano Beach City Charter control and limit the City Commission's zoning and land use authority?
I'd have to look at the charter
Right.
and find a specific location for that. It's difficult to do when I get the question.
That's fine. It's okay. Is it correct then, in your opinion, many years as a city attorney, that ordinances and zoning actions may not conflict with the charter?
The charter must be followed.
Yes or no, really, yeah. Okay. And then so if you want to pull it up, it's under Chapter 2.09 of the city charter. Does alienation of city property include more than just sale, such as conversion of land from one public use to a fundamentally different use?
No, conversion. What section are you referring to?
Chapter 2.09 of the city charter.
what chapter specifically?
2.09,
Of the charter.
city charter.
Section 2 is incorporation.
Didn't bring my full book with me, so I just put the notes because I was trying to keep it short. So if you want to get back to me on that, that's fine.
I'll be happy to get back to you on it. I would have had the answers for you had I been
Okay.
questions.
I just have a few more questions and then related to park inventory. If land is listed in the city's parks and recreation inventory, is it treated as land held for public recreational purposes?
I'm sorry. Can you move your microphone up?
Sure,
please?
sorry, I know. If land is listed in the city's parks and recreation inventory, is it treated for land held for public recreational purposes?
Could be, unless it has different underlying land use. If it has different underlying land use, the land use controls, and that controls the zoning, and the land use controls the designation.
Okay. So if such land is converted to a non-park use, as we're attempting to do here, such as transportation or more aviation infrastructure, does that constitute a conversion from park use?
Likely not,
Likely not.
but I'd have to, are you asking in this instance, is it a conversion?
Well, just in general, the question is, because I want to make sure I'm very clear on what I see here, there's some questions. I want to make sure that I'm fully informed before voting.
If it's a designated city park, it would be a conversion. If it's for future potential park use, then no, it would not be an unlawful conversion.
Okay. Well, under the city charter, would any type of conversion, so land use plan amendment from public park or recreational purposes, require voter approval by referendum?
Of an actual existing park, sale of park property, which is a now known designated in-use park, not future potential property.
Okay. Can the city lawfully avoid a charter requirement for voter approval by accomplishing the same result through rezoning or future land use map amendments?
I don't understand the question, Commissioner.
Okay. Can we circumvent or find a workaround lawfully to avoid a charter requirement for voter approval by accomplishing the same end result, through rezoning or a future land use map amendment?
The charter requirements need to be met. They cannot be violated. However, the interpretation of what violates the charter requirements would need to be examined.
Okay.
In what you're specifically discussing.
Okay. Is it correct then that the legal analysis looks at the functional outcome of an action rather than the label applied to it?
I can't answer that question the way it's asked. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So absent a written charter opinion, and obviously giving you some time, addressing the charter and the changes here, is it procedurally sound for the commission to proceed on these items that assume conversion of park inventory land?
It's not park inventory if it's not a park, if it's not used as a park, named as a park, and been designated as a park. It's designated for future potential park use. That's different than getting rid of park property.
Well, I don't know if I misheard Ms. Dolan, but both at at the February 11th, 2025 meeting and just a few minutes ago, she did state that 33 acres approximately of the Pompano Beach titled Arboretum is listed in the Parks and Recreation inventory. Just a yes or no?
I would like to tell you what the Parks and Recreation inventory is about. So the county has a 3 acre per thousand requirement.
Ma'am, I understand, but I still have the floor, and just yes or no is fine, thank you. I've sat and listened to everybody else, and I've gotten interrupted plenty of times. I'm trying to keep this short without long explanations. If land is listed in the Parks and Recreation inventory, is it considered land held for public recreational or open space purposes?
I didn't hear a word of what you said. I'm sorry. Can you speak into your microphone? You're turned that way and I can't hear you.
Is land listed in the Parks and Recreation inventory considered land held for public recreation or open space purposes? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't know what, and I think Ms. Dolan was explaining what, and she does know what parks.
But this is a legal question, and that's fine. Would reclassifying this land to transportation zoning remove it from park or recreational use? And either one of you can answer the yes or no.
The Parks and Recreation inventory is not something that holds. It's just a accounting of how we're meeting the county's level of service standards.
Again, that was
The
not-
county requires us to discount things.
Ma'am.
It's not a one-to-one. We don't take the total acreage in
Ma'am,
our
I'm not-
recreation.
That was not the question.
Yeah, well, you don't want to listen because you're totally confused.
I'm not,
So
I'm not that totally confused that I sat through this last time and I asked them questions related to, I haven't even gotten into the wildlife.
Well,
and these are questions, and I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Fesick, your time at this
My time is not up, Mayor, and as
Commissioner,
questions do not count as,
Commissioner Fesick,
questions do not count
your time
as-
at this moment
Point of order. A city attorney, Berman. Do questions related to the agenda items specifically at hand count towards a time limit of any kind?
No.
Thank you.
No, you have the right to ask questions, but the difference between asking questions and speaking on an item is
I'm
getting
not
a little
speaking.
close here, but you have the right to ask.
I'm literally asking yes or no questions.
Commissioner,
Mr. Berman, point of order.
yes.
Am I within my rights as the chair of this meeting to give her 10-minute sessions to speak on an item, 2 10-minute sessions, and then let her ask any questions she wants after those 10-minute sessions?
You can do that as well, sir.
That's
would-
what I'm doing.
I'm sorry, point of order. That was not what we discussed, and there's never been an agreement beyond that. How can that be done without formerly everybody addressing that and agreeing to it? I didn't know that. Had I known that on the top things, I would have gone through my 10-minute dissertation ahead of that, but you did not tell me in advance. That's not correct. You don't get to arbitrarily make up rules just as you see fit because you'd like to go ahead and push somebody to a certain direction. I have questions. I am not going to vote on this, and I cannot vote on this until these questions are answered. That is my duty.
Commissioner Fesick, you have,
Mayor Hardin,
Commissioner Fesick, you have 2 opportunities,
and I'm using my opportunities.
two opportunities of 10 minutes each
No,
to
that's
address
not-
an item.
Please
And-
show me the item.
and-
Please show me where
Mayor,
exactly.
I think in reading Robert's rules, we discussed the fact that questions about an item will not constitute discussion time.
Thank you.
That was discussed previously.
Thank you. May I
Okay.
continue?
Very, very narrow then, Commissioner Fesick.
There,
You
yes or
you
no?
ask a question, there is no discussion. You ask a question, you get an answer, period.
That's what I've been trying to do. Thank you. Let me get back to where I was.
That's not a question.
I was interrupted, as usual, unfortunately. Please allow me the grace to continue. Thank you. Would transportation zoning be compatible with continued park or arboretum use? Yes or no?
no,
Thank you. Does the city charter require voter approval before park or recreation land is converted to non-park use? Yes or no?
That's not what the charter says. Section 253 of the charter talks about power to sell. It's empowered to sell or dispose of lands, improvements, public buildings, except as otherwise provided. Park property is exempted. That has to, but it's not being sold.
But it's being declassified.
It's not being sold or disposed of. In other words, the city no longer owns it, has it, and uses it. The same type of argument was made with regard to the park and change of use of the park down the street. It's not being sold or disposed of. It's a similar situation. It's being repurposed, reused for city purposes. So the city is not, if that's the question you're asking, is the city selling? Does this constitute sale or disposition of city property? The answer is no.
So, in your opinion, airport or transportation purpose does not override park inventory designation? And charter protections would not apply? It's a question. Thank you.
The way the question is framed, it's not what the charter says. Is it being sold or disposed of? It is no. It's not one overrides the other. It's a change of use. It's still owned, maintained by the city.
More questions, and then I'll be done. had a question right here. Mr. Berman, could I get a written statement from you related to our charter and all of the above from this meeting at a future date?
Certainly, I can, as long as I have the proper
I will give you a list of questions.
question where I can respond and take the time, review, and look at the charter and give you an answer. I'm happy to do so.
I appreciate that because that is very important that we.
Question?
Right.
Ask the question, Commissioner Fezzik.
Okay. I would ask the question then. I would ask the question to city staff, city attorneys, and any attorney out there. If the acreage is listed in our Parks and Recreation inventory, converting it to transportation would converting it to transportation remove park use and therefore require voter approval according to the city charter. If Mr. Berman is going to get me a written response, I am appreciative of that. I would like to make one final question for the record and let you know that I do object to proceeding on this due to its reliance on some material.
Question, Commissioner Fezzik.
And I'm also going to ask, point of order, for a recommendation for the behavior that I have been experiencing over the past several meetings. Thank you, Mayor Hardin.
Very good, thank you. Further commission discussion?
Still no time.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes, it's always difficult when, in the understanding between the zoning code and the land use, comprehensive land use plan and the underlying zoning. I just want to say that we have such we have a wonderful asset in our air park. And the history of it goes back decades, century probably. And we have a Sand and Spurs there, which has been there also for seems like ever. And it's really an awesome place. And we have our horses there, and we're activating it more as a park. And the fact that Sand and Spurs is already zone transportation puts it at risk. Because, and I think it's been clearly pointed out, I hope, and I'll just point it out, and not to ad nauseum, but the FAA oversees how this piece of property is used. And over the years, we've been in many, and Mayor, I'm sure you'll attest to this, but we've always been in negotiations with the FAA, gaining the golf course, gaining the 4 fields, gaining more and more recreational opportunities and being able to build there for the benefit of our community and for our kids having that open space. But the FAA wants this to be used for transportation purposes. This is not a flight school. And it's kind of, I feel it in a very simple terms, but for the FAA, go we. At the end of the day, they could take it over and run our air park, and we might make them mad. This is the federal government, and I might also just add, kind of off on a tangent. I mean, these airports were built in World War II, World War I, World War II, I don't know. The intercoastal was built so we can move material down there without our enemies, the Germans, whomever, seeing us. So these airports were strategically placed to defend our nation. And the FAA is not going to let these go. And we are in a time, politically, all I have to do is turn on the news and know what we have going on in the seas to the south and in Central America. And, you know, we're at a very perilous time, it might seem. I hope everything works out. But, and I also want to point out that, you know, the aviation industry as a whole is growing. It's one of the largest growing, what would you call it? Vocations. Pilots, we need pilots. We're doing more and more with the aviation, and the opportunity to have our young people educated by a man who's doing this out of the generosity of his heart. Finding a vocation. I'm a huge vocational person. I come from a blue-collar working class background. My father was a mason. We need ACHV, we need plumbers, electrician, and I don't think AI is actually going to be able to do that. So I'm a huge proponent of that. And I've talked with Mr. Irving and asked, how can we be as neighborly as possible to the Sand and Spurs, to the park there? Can he leave all of the existing landscaping as much as he can in situ until the whole thing is erected, as to not impact adversely the stables and the horses, et cetera? And he has graciously said, yeah, that's not a problem. We can work that out. So as a neighbor, as a good neighbor, and that's my district, we're deed restricted to aviation, and, how did some of these environmentally sensitive land designations get put on here? I don't know. We're talking 40, 45 years ago. It was different. Was it and we're not selling. We're just doing what the FAA says we have to do. It has to be used for aviation purposes. Now, by their grace, they've let us have, I'll just reiterate, the golf course, the 4 fields, Galuppies, soccer fields, and all that land. We own it. They oversee it. And that is just the way it is. And having this technical training school would be an awesome jewel in our crown in this city. And I think we'll protect Sand and Spurs going forward. I don't want to poke the bear, the FAA, in the eye. And so, we've gone through this. The county's approved it. I don't think we're doing anything illegal, I should say. I'm confident we're not. But if we are, then there's always the option for any citizen to file suit and make your point in a court of law. But I've never known this city to do anything that was not on the up and up. And so, I'm really excited and I'm in favor, and I'm going to vote in favor of these items. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts on this and what's going on here. The first thing I need to take a second to say is that I really don't think that city staff should be audibly laughing at commissioners. I appreciate all of the work that city staff does, but we deserve respect up here, even if you don't like what we're saying, or even if you know better than what we're saying. The audible laughter sets a really bad tone, and I would hope the mayor would say those things and make sure that's not happening also. But it's just the disrespect given to us at times between each other, and in some cases the audible laughter from staff is not, I find it inappropriate. Someone else laughing? So it's good to see you here, Mr. Irving, because I have heard a lot. And I appreciate you getting up and clarifying, because I have been told by many people that you have left Pompano. And your plans have changed, and you have now moved everything that you plan to do here to Fort Lauderdale Executive. So you clarified that you're at Executive now, but can you confirm that you don't intend to and don't have the space or the plans over there to open a similar type of campus that you intend to open here? Because, and I'd like you to get up and do that, but because my concern has always been that this could become something else. Once we do this, we open the floodgates, and if you don't pursue what you've told, or, I mean, you get hit by a bus, right? Then what happens? We have this land that we've gone through this entire process, and like you said, it's fair game. We don't get to control what we get. So please, can you clarify that your intent is still to do that here, not in Fort Lauderdale? And
Absolutely. So in Fort Lauderdale, just to give greater perspective, we're going to be operating in 2 5,000 square foot hangars, 10,000 square feet, and the magnitude of the program is nowhere near the level of what we want it to be here. Of course, about 1.5 years ago, I shared with you all that, of course, Fort Lauderdale Executive has strong interests, and I chose Pompano first. What can be done here with bringing in MROs, what can be done here in creating its own self-sustained ecosystem where it basically funds applicants, could be done at a very large scale, which will impact the, of course, north end of the county and allow us to do some amazing things, because the space in order to create that can be done. Fort Lauderdale Executive is a much smaller scale program compared to this.
okay, thank you. So like I said, I've been hearing that you had kind of moved on and because of taking too long or lease issues. And so I do think it's important for everyone to hear it from you that you still maintain the same level of interest in doing what you described to us a year ago.
Yes, so our lease ends the 31st of this month. We still have several schools scheduled to come in before then, but once the 31st.
Okay, you'll be out of Pompano.
Yes.
But you have whatever investors it takes in place to make this plan happen that you've showed us?
Of course.
Okay. Because like I said, we're basically hanging a for lease sign on this property if we do this, and with the hope that we can negotiate a lease with you and come to terms. And I remember, again, a year ago, I tried to watch the video, but it wasn't online. We talked about a lease, and I was hoping when this came back to us that we would have some kind of draft of a lease in place showing that we had made more progress with you on this. And there is nothing in here, and I asked the city, and it didn't seem like there was any progress on that.
No, because this is the first step before you, and of course, you wouldn't want to false advertise something that isn't. I mean, the only thing I have is my name. That's all I got. And anyone who knows me, who know my 20 years in this industry, my name is on it. I don't know how to fail. And that's just how I run, that's how I roll. And I've had tremendous success, from starting off at an airport with 3 holes in the bottom of my shoes and wanting to fly for someone, and ending up having a business, having airplanes, and of course expanding into stuff like this. So that's just my MO is everything. That's as much as I can give from that perspective.
Thank you for that. So I appreciate that, and every time something at the airport here comes up, whether it's Sand and Spurs or the last parcels got developed, we are told that it's the last thing, and it always feels like there's an urgency or a threat to it, that we have to keep finding ways to develop this. And I hear the residents of our city, not just on this, but on everything. Like, the residents want us to find a way to slow things down a little, not to speed things up. The pace of development is fast, and Pompano is changing quickly, and what we hear is protect our neighborhoods, protect our green space. So I just want to make sure that the residents know we hear that and that we keep conveying that message to city staff.
Sorry, Vice.
Thank you, Cassandra. And hearing that, we don't worry, we have 8 years left to go, and with our current growth rate until we're out of like ratios, green space is not comforting to me. I don't want to be meeting minimum thresholds. I want us to be continuing to be focused on being a good place to live for residents. I also, on the environmental piece of this, I'm just going to say this now. I really am struggling with the ESL designation here because the Planning Council letter says, staff doesn't generally support these type of amendment applications due to environmentally sensitive nature of the designated lands, but there's some aspects that differentiate this. And for me, if a resident wants to get rid of a tree, you have to give up your firstborn child. But here we're just taking an entire area that's been preserved, designated this for 35 years, and saying it's urgent right now that we have to undo this. And then my last point is, and I appreciate you having the FAA letter up, because this is actually the slide I was going to ask for. The language on here really concerns me because it's not exactly the language in the letter. So the letter is saved in our backup as FAA letter prohibiting environmentally sensitive land. And when you read the letter, certainly they don't want us to do it and they are opposing it, but the language is nowhere near as doomsday and emphatic as the language that we're being told. So one of them, it says it prohibits. Their letter says they object. An objection is a reasonable debate. A prohibit is absolutely not. It says, there's another part of this where it says the FAA opposes any encumbrances. It says that they may prevent in the letter. So the language in the letter is nowhere near as ironclad and as like I said, doomsday as what these slides say, and that concerns me also, that it's not exactly representing what the FAA letter says. I understand they oppose it, they have objections to it, but just to outright label the letter prohibiting is adding some like a spin to this that's a little beyond what they said. So like I said, I support Mr. Irving. I always have. I support aviation uses. I am a pilot. I worked for Boeing. I designed airplanes. My dad was the manager of Miami Air Traffic Control Center for years. So it's in my DNA. But so is protecting the green space in our city and what the residents here want. So the environmental part of this is really where I am struggling with, given that it's yet to be explained why we're just waving a wand and getting rid of this when people can't even cut down a tree. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to thank you, Mr. Irvin, for sitting through our meeting, and I did hear you you did say you love Pompano, so I love hearing you say that you love Pompano. I've read the letter from the FAA. I do understand how government works. And when I think of FAA, I think of the IRS. When they want to do something, they're going to do it. It's the federal government, whether we like it or not. We love to protect our environment. We love our horses, our stable, or whatever, but we don't own any of the land. And when the federal government wants something, they will do it. This is like a slow burn. It's coming. It's a slow burn. I've worked for the federal government. They don't play. This letter is really nice the way they wrote it, because they said current stance is unchanged, letting us know we haven't changed our mind. It's the same. So I would love to, and you all know how I feel about education, for Mr. Barrington Urban to continue what he's doing. He's a great young man. I admire his energy and what he has to offer to especially our young adults and what he's doing. Now, if you were famous enough and big enough to be on 60 Minutes as to what you're doing, you can do it in Pompano that you love so much. We want you to remain here. Although you're working in other cities, we still want you to remain in Pompano, because we have a lot of kids that need what you have to offer. So with that, being said, federal government will do what they want to do, especially if they own the land. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith.
There's green space there, and there might be some cool stuff to see as a young child cutting across the airport and over to the golf course, but it's not an area we can go to. It's not our parks. It's not a place that we can go explore. We can't put a trail in it. It's FAA property. We have, as Ms. Dolan mentioned, the scrub pine parks, which you can go to, and that's available to the public, and you can walk around and you can explore. Relocating anything that's valuable to those parks makes a lot of sense. To move trees or mitigate with trees on the trail that people do walk on and rollerblade on and bike on the outside of the airport makes a lot more sense than protecting the land that's inside the airport that we can't even get to. We have a very unique opportunity here to provide something that nobody else has. And that's to do what Barrington Irving is recommending. And, you know, I hope that happens, but if it doesn't happen and we go through this process, I know that we're going to provide aviation types of businesses on the airport. And the more quality aviation businesses that we have at the airport that make money, the less flight schools are going to want to come here, and they're going to change their business plan to also be a more profitable area. So we have to think about the future. And as Commissioner Perkins mentions, it is aviation property. We have an opportunity to turn some pieces of land into something that can be very unique for Pompano Beach and Broward County. And again, I love green space too. I fight for green space all the time. I live in green space, but we can't visit that green space on the airport. So this is an opportunity for us to make proper land use plan and for us to just change the map of the environmentally sensitive plan. And I think it's a smart move, and I am supporting this. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Further commission discussion.
Mayor Harden.
Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. I had some questions related to, and I have some comments related to the environmentally sensitive lands. I too, before I get started on that though, I want to make sure it was stated twice here that FAA owns the land, but it's the city of Pompano Beach who owns land with deed restrictions, correct? Thank you. So yes, we do have things that we are obligated to do in the areas that are designated as such, and in the event that, so for example, Sand and Spurs is not protected, it's already designated as transportation. So that is already on the chopping block, if you will, for FAA development and aviation use and development. Secondly, when is the Goodyear blimp lease up? I believe now, I think it's like almost 2 years left? 29?
2029, he says.
Okay. And I don't know if there's ever been any conversation with them because it was a fairly long lease, but their space that they've leased for quite some time used to require a much larger space due to how they had to turn the blimps around, and where now we can turn on a dime thanks to technology. Has there been any conversation that they may opt to renew their lease with a smaller parcel? No conversation.
This is not my area of knowledge, but Steve says no.
Okay. If I remember correctly from the meeting, and I sort of went back and just kind of hit some highlights, who proposed this, who brought forth this change? Was it requested by the FAA, or was it something that was self-initiated internally?
The Airpark Master Plan Map, and that's when this change was proposed, was approved by the City Commission in 2021 and approved by the FAA. That's when these changes came about, it's my understanding.
Okay, so, but that's just a master plan. So we, as a city, or city staff, came up with this master plan then, correct?
Yes, and this plan this change we're talking about is reflected on that master plan approved in 2021. So this just didn't happen overnight, is my point.
Right, and I would agree with you, it didn't happen overnight. But the question is, was it at that point in time required as part of the master plan, or was it proposed by the city to reduce environmentally sensitive lands and potentially have more hangars or more space? I will get into the environmental side of things, but I'm a little bit concerned because like Vice Mayor, I've also heard a lot of rumors, and I actually called Mr. Irving and said, hey, are you still coming to Pompano? Are you still planning on hanging out in Pompano? Is that what's going on here? I wanted to know, are you out or are you in? And he says, no, I'm still very much interested in something, in bringing my training school to Pompano Beach. And I told him from the beginning, I love what he's done. I said it very publicly here a year ago. But we're not talking about his flight school, and he doesn't have a lease. Doesn't even have a contingent lease. We've been brought so many different unsolicited proposals over the past year and 2 months, a year and a month, that have come with, here's the plan, here's the signed contract, all that's required is commission approval. And you know, these are the steps that are required. When we first met, when I first met Mr. Irving, and I was even say Captain Irving, right? when I first met him, and I was introduced to his program, I thought it was a fantastic idea. In fact, we were talking about all the different ways that he could possibly expand into sort of other similarly aviation use, but also technology options. He also shared stories with me that in some cases he had felt pushed out by other cities or municipalities, not because they promised him something, but they didn't deliver. And so I've, from the beginning, cautioned him on making sure that everything was, whatever your promise was, you were able to deliver on it and have something in writing. I'm also disappointed that I asked for that in February and we still don't have it today. So going into the ESL stuff. The environmentally sensitive land, and if anybody'd like to see it, I mentioned it was 1981 initially that was put on the local area of particular concern. Anybody's welcome to view these files. It's a massive document that's very long, and it handles all of Broward County. At that point, it was designated, and there's some areas on there which sadly, a little over 40 years later, no longer exist. So if it was set there and it's been protected for such a long time, my concern is, as everything else has dried up, and it's fantastic that we have the Highland Preserve scrub area, but those are county parks. This is something that we can handle within our city. I am personally not opposed to trying to find a way to work with maintaining the 33 acres that are designated as environmentally sensitive land and approve everything else around that to be converted to air park transportation for the sake of maybe freeing up some of that acreage so that we can potentially give Captain Irving a place to expand his training school. I'd like further clarification related to the environmentally sensitive lands, and I was promised in February of last year that it would be welcome to have some environmental folks come and do a more thorough assessment. I pointed out last time that as much as I appreciate the expertise of Kimberly Horn's assessment, that it was also stated that there was so I think it was less than 15, FWC guidelines says 15% of the site to determine if a habitat is suitable. So as Ms. Batchelor stated in February of last year, that her and one colleague spent half a day traversing this entire property with, I think, the total space, Ms. Stolen will have to remind me of, but it's quite a large, it was 80-something acres, I believe, to determine if there was habitat or ecologically, if there was environmental habitat was suitable. They mentioned that also that there had to be some different tables met, and one of them was about soil use, so there had to be multiple, one of the things was sand quality / soil, and was discounted initially in these things. So one of the things that was said in February says not anywhere near 1, 2, 3, and 4, which was listed on the prior thing. And I personally went to Sand and Spurs multiple times, as soon as I knew that this was going through the county level. And I walked as close as I could to the property, and there were 2 burrowing owls at Sand and Spurs, the nest that were roped off. They're very much close there and likely there. The other thing that concerns me is, while everybody's able to hold multiple boards and things along those lines, is that this seems like, to me and to residents that I have been talking with, that it's, again, seems forced, and I would really, really like, if we're going to do this, it's not about obstructing a progress, or it's not about blocking an aviation use for a training school. Like I said, I think the training school would be great. I think that our youth absolutely needs it. I think that we should jump at the chance of partnering with him in any which way we can. I want to make sure that we do it responsibly and that we check all the boxes, so that we make sure that we are we are working through the process as effectively as possible. Lastly, and I will wrap it up on this agenda item for this, I obviously do not support this at this point in time. I would like clarification from Mr. Berman. I would like clarification related to both our charter and the county, and some of those processes. And I would also like to mention that I did have a wildlife rehabilitator, if you were at some of the recent meetings, once we were talking about the hawk, the release, that she also volunteered. They volunteered to donate some barn boxes to try to help not be rodenticide with no rodenticide at our near our parks, so to not kill our natural hawks. And so she actually volunteered and sent an email just before the end of the year, once I figured this was probably moving through the process pretty quickly, to visit the site. And as far as I know, her and Mr. Rocco are still trying to find a time when she can do that. It's, with the holidays, it was tough, and it was short notice once we saw that this was on the agenda. So I would really like the opportunity to have her be able to get in there before we move this forward. Like I said, it's not about anything other than just getting some answers to questions, and if we want to, I would support if we want to move this, postpone this for, all three of these items until we get those answers, because then I can actually move forward with the answers that I feel would be sufficient. But at this point in time, with the information I have now and the lack of information I have now, I cannot support designating environmentally sensitive land in a Florida scrub pine habitat that is known to have gopher tortoises, is known to have burrowing owls, is known to have been, has been in and designated as such for over 40 years. I just cannot, in any bone in my body, look at my future grandchildren and say, I did that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to really quick go back to the grant funding. I understand, Mr. Irvin, that your grant funding ends the end of January, which is in about 2-3 weeks, maybe. I'd like to ask the city manager if he can direct his staff to perhaps work with Mr. Irvin to see if we could possibly find him another location. Maybe if we can get with him sometime this week, because as of now, I think you'll be moving out of that hangar January 30th or 31st. So I'd like to direct the city manager, if he would, to work with Mr. Barrington and see if we can find a location for him, at least temporarily, until we can find a permanent location for him. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Thank you, Mayor. Just have a clarifying question. On the presentation on item 14, page 4, Jean, would you, the upper, pardon me?
We're not there yet.
Oh,
On number 12.
We're on item
doing
12.
these together? All right, that's just a technical question. I'll wait till, that's fine. Thank you.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith?
Just one clarification. If this passes today and we have people interested in developing properties, if they find that there's burrowing owls on the property, if they find tortoises on the property, who takes care of it then when a developer wants to develop and there's environmentally sensitive things on the land?
The environmental permitting has to be done within 90 days before you start site clearing, so those would already be removed. You get through DEP permits in order to go in there and find everybody. You don't do it earlier because then they can move back in. So you wait until it's 90 days before clearing. And by the way, burrowing owls, they like that open space around the airfield. They're not hustled into these wooded areas, and they can stay. They're not bothering anybody.
Right, they're over by the runways. So this passes today. It doesn't say somebody can come in and just arbitrarily build if there are environmentally sensitive things on the individual properties. And that's something we do with everything we develop in the city. As every development, the developer takes care of looking at the land and identifying what needs to be moved and works with the city. So it's a cost that they have. And it's not saying that if we vote on this today, that it won't be taken care of. It'll be taken care of as the people come in and develop. Mr. Irving will have to take care of it on the piece of property that he's going to develop. So it's not saying that we are abandoning anything that is sensitive. It's just saying that we'll let the developer handle the cost of it and the relocation of it. Thanks for that clarification. Thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Just a question. Mr. Berman.
Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. Mr. Berman, is it possible, do you think, to get me the answers that you have within 2 weeks?
Certainly.
And do you think that it's possible to have access, Mr. Rocco, for Shannon to get there within the next 2 weeks? Okay, and, whatever, and work something out. The reason why is because look, again, like I said from the beginning, I support Mr. Barrington's program, and I want to separate this. This is definitely, the last question, I guess, is Commissioner Smith just said that environmentally sensitive land, yes, I understand the developers would have to mitigate that, but what we're doing here with the land use and whichever agenda item, 12, 13, is we are actually changing that land use map, and we are de-designating that environmentally sensitive land designation as a city, correct?
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
So this process, by doing this 1, 2, 3, essentially, we are essentially taking this environmentally sensitive land designation and de-designating that within our municipality.
Correct.
Okay, so it is, and even if right now, in the memorandum of agreement from 2007, this particular land was also designated as not having a future aviation use. It was a non-aviation use parcel based on the fact that it was designated as an arboretum and other areas were prioritized. So I'm saying these things because I want to make sure that when I've said something, then it's come back, oh, the FAA owns it. No, we own it. It's deed restricted, and we do have to play nice with the FAA, right? But we also have the designation, and we've had it for over 40 years or whatever, 40 years, for this to be an environmentally sensitive land. So taking that away is we remove, again, the power to change it back. Once it's gone, it's gone. So I want to make sure that that's why I'm clear. So I would like to make a motion to move this, since they both agreed to give me 2 weeks, and it's the new year, I would like to make a motion to just table all of these 3 items to the next commission meeting on January 28th at 6 p.m.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to postpone these 3 items until our next meeting.
Yes, thank you.
And it's been seconded by Vice Mayor. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
What's a no?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. Commissioner Fesick, you still have the floor for questions.
Okay, I'd just like to just say on the record that I am disappointed in the fact that
Questions?
I'm wrapping it up, Mayor, and
So you've got a question?
Thank you. Yes, my question is, why will you not work with us and be a cooperative and responsible official? Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
No.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 13 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, adopting an environmentally sensitive lands ESL map amendment to remove 4 ESL designated sites located on the Pompano Beach Air Park, providing for a determination that a local planning agency hearing was held on January 22nd, 2025, providing that a transmittal and adoption public hearing will be held, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Ms. Dolan.
We incorporate the prior presentation into this agenda item and the following discussion. There's no more staff presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Drive. Respectfully, I know I can't address any specific commissioner, but to say that we trust the developers to mitigate things is putting the inmates in charge of the asylum, so to speak. They get a slap. What happened at the Cordish site was an embarrassment. We had people get a fine for, like, what was it, something in the neighborhood of $10,000 who can afford millions. I mean, personally, I don't know what the situation is. I don't know what it would entail. I don't know why Mr. Irving couldn't open his school over at the Cordish site. There's plenty of room there, and it's already been rezoned about 3 times. And then it puts him in proximity to both airports, and he's still in Pompano. But please don't say that we love the environment and then tell me that the developers are cool to do the thing. I can't accept that. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Charmaine Hills, 1021 Northeast 27th Avenue, Pompano Beach. And I just want to say that, a little disappointed today with, the change, with everything I heard, actually. Audrey, I was very proud of you standing up for, for the environment and whatever. And I just want to say I've been here 23 years. 23 years in Pompano. Been paying taxes. They are not cheap, and this is 2 different things. Like all of you with the schools and with the trade coming in, the mechanicals, I think that's great. But I just want to say, just think it is environmental. It's also residents. The noise pollution that we have now in Pompano Beach is disgusting. Whoever let all these schools, and now we're going to be putting lighting on the runway. What, are you going to have lessons all through the night too? What happened to those people that believed in this city, that helped grow it through being here? And now we feel like we're at a military base, and now with the environmental part of it, it's all about the money, and it's really sad because I was always so proud of Pompano, and just what everyone was saying. Greenland is diminishing everywhere because the attitude is all make money, have more high rises and money, 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 like even this new development. Where they're going to be parking? Where's there going to be parking? It's ridiculous, Not even the airport. I'm talking your new development out here. I mean, your minds, we're a small little enclave, and it's just, you've done a lot of great improvements. The beach area, great. The airport, terrible. Really, really disappointing to see how the residents are being totally overlooked in so many different areas, and now the wildlife too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello again. My name is Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram. Exit 36 I represent. I appreciate your vote yes, because that's just the start. I don't understand you, Audrey, when you say that you asked for information from Mr. Irving. Why would he give you his vision where you could use it to give to someone else? I mean, I wouldn't do that. As far as what was his plans and how would he do it. And also, he couldn't make plans unless you took this opportunity to vote. Those of you who voted yes, I commend you in giving us an opportunity to get started, an opportunity to know that all people, whether it's Pompano or any place in Florida, will have the opportunity to extend their learning and education at the trade school. Now, I understand wildlife. I've had many pets in my classroom as well as in my home. However, there's a place for people and learning, and there's a place for animals to exist. And I could understand if there was no place else for the animals to go. I would be greatly concerned. But being a resident, 25 years of Pompano Beach, and knowing that the experts have said that there are other places that the animals can be transported, I'm okay with that. Now, as far as the person that you said spent only a half a day at the location where the animals were, well, they didn't have to look at all 80 acres or 80, whatever percent it was, because we didn't need to change all of that. We only needed to look at the areas that were in question for the change. Now, again, I commend Captain Barrington Irving in giving us the opportunity to come to Pompano Beach, to enlighten us, to enhance our learning, to help us to grow and nurture not only us with the aviation, but we could put bicycles out there to help us with our bodies. We could put other things out there to help us.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Going once, twice. Public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. Yes, developers have to mitigate the site, but you cannot recreate natural nature. And we have so little of it left in our city and in South Florida. So the only type of valuable nature is not parks. Natural nature is also valuable, and I have real concerns about the loss of this green space, this ecosystem, and when you drive through there, the feel of that part of Pompano, the actual natural beauty and environment that we have there, that there's not much left of and is not recreatable through mitigation efforts. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Seeger-Seaton.
Thank you. I want to just point out for the record as well, this item came up last year in February, almost a year ago. Year, I think is almost a year is plenty of time. Preparation, questions, explanations, clarifications, etc. And I will agree with Vice Mayor how beautiful, for instance, sand and spurs. And I can't help forget how you wanted to clear that out and get rid of it. So I just had to bring that up. Dealing with this since last February, plenty of time, and I am all for preserving what we can preserve, but I think that we all need to look at the realities on the ground. You know, that's, I just wanted to offer that, that we have been dealing with this for almost a year. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik?
Thank you. We are on, this agenda item is specifically related to the environmentally sensitive land designation. So I don't have to drone on it, and I won't. My point is that I think it's very important, like Vice Mayor said, there's, in the Florida scrub habitat, we have systematically in the state of Florida, it's a very unique habitat, and we have systematically in the state of Florida destroyed nearly 97, 98% of gopher tortoise natural habitat. I believe Ms. Bosworth came up, because I was, again, watching the meeting, and noted that traditionally they don't do well when they're relocated. I have some big concerns, and listen, I'm trying to be very structured and follow the right processes. And the right processes mean that now that we've gotten the county sign-off, which, again, I still have some questions that I would like to have answered related to how that was done with even the temporary or the initial first reading. I feel like it's, from what I'm hearing from residents, I feel like it's being pushed. And I have a question for Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, I know it's been a while since we've had the consultants conversation, but have any consultants come before us today and spoken in favor of this project? Just asking.
No.
Okay, as far as you know, or anybody affiliated with one of our consultants.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask again. I think Mr. Rocco was very generous in saying that he would take the time to, within the next 2 weeks, to meet with a wildlife expert and have them do a quick study at no cost to us, by the way. Imagine that, a consultant for free, who is state and federally licensed. Mr. Berman has assured me that he can also, within 2 weeks, get me the answers that I feel comfortable then moving forward, or that I can make a truly informed vote based on professional opinion and other professional opinion and the granted access from Mr. Rocco. So we didn't skip the last one, but I would really, really encourage my fellow commission members to think about the spirit of working together in 2026 and ask yourselves if you would please find it in your heart to at least grant a 2-week extension related to something that is clearly so very important to me and the residents that I serve and other residents in other districts as well, to give us 2 weeks to get the answers we need to be able to make an informed decision related to what is actually on that property and legal implications to make sure we are following the correct processes. So I would make a motion that we just move and table this item to January 28th at 6 p.m.
The motion to postpone till January 28th at 6 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Vice Mayor. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Harden?
No. Commissioner Fezzik, you still have the floor.
Thank you. And my final thing is I can see where this is going, and I will like to state and make sure, Kervin, if you would mind, to please make sure that my objection to all 3 of these items is going to be verbatim, noted verbatim in the minutes, that I strongly object, and I would seek to get written legal opinion and written wildlife opinion for all 3, and that I objected to moving forward on each 3, please. That's all I have. Obviously, start 2026 off this way. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
One moment, just got my notes. Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 14 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3505 Transportation T to modify height standards, setbacks, and tree mitigation areas and landscape requirements, and by amending Section 155.4207 Vocational or Trade School to permit the use in the Transportation T zoning district, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Once again, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. So this is a zoning code text amendment for the Transportation Zoning District. So when we were doing the other aspects of this project, we were looking at the zoning district and realized it made no sense whatsoever, these regulations. This tabular format for the air park doesn't work at all. These setbacks are from the edges of the whole air park, not internal to parcels. And even though they say 25 feet in this table, there's a footnote that immediately changes it to 100. So it really made no sense at all. So instead, we rewrote it so that it actually pertains to how we actually review development on the air park. So we did that with a series of footnotes instead of using this tabular format. So what we're doing with footnote number 1 is all the leased parcels will be set back at least 100 feet from all the edges so that we'll have a 100-foot tree mitigation area around all the roads that are adjacent to the air park in order to put the trees that we need to mitigate. So we're not just going to go plow all these trees down and walk away. Every native tree will have to be mitigated, and we'll do that around this perimeter. And that's where the people can enjoy it. But this actually codifies that so that we don't have to be negotiating with every future developer in this area about what they're going to plant, where they're going to plant it. Number 2, we clarified that the setbacks and heights on the parcels interior to the airport are determined by aviation engineers because there's vertical and horizontal controls all over the place that are way more detailed than something that we would just be one height and one setback. So that's going to be controlled by aviation consulting engineers, which is already how the process is actually done. Footnote 3 specifies the landscaping requirements. So interior to an airport, you can't have a lot of trees where you have airport operations area because the airplanes have big wings and you can't put trees in the landscape islands and things like that where the airplanes can't maneuver. So instead of losing all those trees, now we're establishing these 100-foot mitigation areas so that we can clearly say any tree that you're required to build or plant that can't be built because of the airport operation area, you'll be putting those trees in our mitigation area. So we won't be losing opportunities for more landscaping. And then the footnote 4 is just to clarify that drainage has to be provided on the leased parcel, just because we had some history with that and we wanted to clarify it. And the other thing we're adding is just to make sure that we have vocation and trade school as a permitted use in transportation. Interestingly, it wasn't even a permitted use. So we're just correcting that to make sure that we don't have any strange hiccups when Barrington School comes forward. So our recommendations, we got our planning approval from the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously back in January 22nd, 2025. The City Commission voted to approve this on first reading on February 11th, 2025, and then postponed the second reading to be concurrent with this LUPA and ESL map amendment, so that's why we're back now. And staff recommends approval. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fessick.
Okay, quick question. This, if I remember correctly, was related to the trees. Now, it says the tree height and things along those lines. Since we're where we are with the environmentally sensitive land, am I correct to remember that an RFP went out for air park mitigation efforts earlier this year? No. Last year?
No. Airport mitigation efforts? No.
We didn't. So Mr. Harrison, would you know if we had a request for quotes or a request for proposals for air park? I'm almost positive, Earl, I think you sent us a bunch of stuff related to selecting a contractor for bids for a,
I think you may be confusing that with, we asked for a proposal on an environmental study.
Right.
Which came back over $600,000.
No.
And, nope, that's all I know about.
If that's what you're referring to, yeah, oh, no.
No, that's not what it is. Mr. Bosworth has been kind enough to give us regular updates on procurement processes. And if I remember correctly, I remember seeing that one was coming forward to us, and it was related to air park mitigation. If you remember correctly, I've done quite a bit of digging into procurement processes lately. So I just wanted to question that. Did we, if we did have that out in advance of this being approved? So I would like an answer on that as well. If I remember correctly, in the spreadsheet, there was a selected vendor, and it was supposed to come before us in September or October. But I'll have to double check my memory.
Yeah, you're talking about the cutting edge contract. That was to do the analysis of the environmental and determine how many of those trees we needed to take out. It was an iterative process between the tree removal people and the environmental people. And it became so expensive, nobody could afford it in the budget. So I sent you a memo about that not too long ago.
So miraculously, we remembered we did have one. Okay. I've heard residents really feel like this is being pushed along, and I would say I fully agree with you, and I'm doing the best I can. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Seeger-Snedden.
I just have a question on I think it's 4, it's the schematic. And it's sort of difficult because I have it on a small screen, and blowing it up, things become sort of fuzzy. What is at the upper right-hand corner, that circular oval-esque?
I don't know what you're looking at in terms of page 4.
The next page of your presentation?
Oh, the presentation. Oh, sorry. You're saying there's something
keep going
circular?
to the schematic. I'm on item 14, and this is your presentation by staff transportation text amendment. All right, I've been wanting to ask this question all evening, and it's page 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We're not on the same.
No schematic.
Not on the same.
In the backup.
Is it the staff report to planning and zoning?
Yes.
The staff report to planning and zoning.
Parcel Y.
So I put that in there just to give you examples of how the planning is done in terms of where the setbacks are. That's a drainage area that, you're talking about this parcel
Yes.
Y. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the drainage. That's actually not within their parcel, and that's what made us add number 4 in the footnotes, because that's not on their lease parcel, and now they're using it for the drainage, so that was the reason we added that number 4.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Sorry.
Jean. That's all right. And it's very small. I couldn't blow it up enough to figure out exactly what it was, so.
Further commission discussion? Mr. Fessick.
One last question. Again, quelling rumors, is there any are there any plans, or have there been any plans to expand the runway with using this process, or to expand the runway, or expand the size of the planes coming through here, the airport?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We don't do anything with runways with planning and zoning.
Right, so at the air park, okay.
And the air park's pretty landlocked. You can't expand the runways.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Nope.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Seeger-Snedden?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Harden?
Yes, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. order. Pompano Beach City Commission, January 13th, 2026. Item 16 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 97 Noise Control of the Code of Ordinances by amending Section 9760 Noise Disturbance to provide for alternative enforcement, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. It's still afternoon, Ms. Zillick.
Well, good evening, good afternoon. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Berman. Jill Zillick with the City Attorney's Office, actually. So this code amendment change is really to the penalty section of Chapter 97, Section 9760, dealing with noise disturbances. It's an amendment that's going to allow code enforcement to issue a citation for, it's basically really loud music, but a noise disturbance where they can issue a citation and not just have law enforcement issue a notice to appear, which I'll explain. The reason this amendment came about is there's several problematic properties. It could be a residential, it could also be commercial, where the volume of the noise or the repetitiveness of it causes a disturbance to the neighbors in the community. The way the code is written right now only allows for law enforcement to respond, and the way they can cite is through what's called a notice to appear. But the notice to appear is a criminal charge, which would be heard downtown in county court. So it's on a more serious level. The problem when BSO goes out, though, is identifying the actual person responsible for the noise. So the way this is written, when code goes out, they can actually cite the property. And that's a significant change, because then you can hold the property owner responsible without trying to get into whether it's the husband, the wife, the child, or whoever's responsible for it. But the also significance for this change is the citation is an immediate warning or an immediate fine. So the reason that's a better opportunity for the city is it opens up more opportunity for us to speak to the person on a level where it's civil now, and it can be heard by the special magistrate. The fines are about $200 for the first offense. It can go up to $500, and for repeat offense, it would be $500. So basically, in sum, this is adding code enforcement and not just law enforcement to go out and deal with the noise disturbance. And code director's here just in case there's questions about the code or the way the ordinance is written.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. I just want to take a minute to support something I know that my commissioner supports. We do have an issue on one side of our community, and I am sure that is a great impetus for this. So please pass this, because there are people in the neighborhood who are pretty upset. It's very unpleasant for them. I feel badly for the business because they're just doing what their business does, but there's also a whole neighborhood across the street that's getting pounded out of existence. So it was just really for public agreement.
Very good. Further input from the public?
Hi, everyone. I'm Dennis Burnham, 2500 Northeast 9th Terrace. You maybe know the name. I kind of kept you all abreast throughout 2025 in real time about the noise disturbances that I've had throughout the year and the previous three years. I've actually logged 130 noise disturbances. Those noise disturbances have actually made me relocate within my home to another room just to avoid the bass that penetrates my home. I have been trained to avoid my backyard, only go out there to let my dogs out. So I hope you all support this unanimously, and I thank you for your support.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you, Dennis, for your persistence. I think you are a lot of the reason why this is happening today, but it will help so many residents in our city who struggle with these noise issues. And this is, we've talked about with Mario before, another tool in the toolbox to help him address these issues. And it takes some of the burden, I guess. I mean, it's still on BSO, but it kind of gives us some other ways to help them. So I think this is a good addition, and I appreciate the work on it. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Thank you. And yes, I also want to thank Dennis. Lives in my community, and by and large, we all get noise complaints, right? And maybe they're one-offs or they're two-offs. You get the call, BSO goes out, they quiet their music, and things seem to sort of settle down. But Dennis was very persistent, and I do want to thank you. It's a much-needed change, and I also want to thank Mario and Jill and legal for putting forth an out-of-the-box, think out-of-the-box solution to this problem. Because we know it, whether we live in a condo or an apartment or a single-family house in Crest Haven, we're all right, we live in very close proximity. And so a lot of people think that, oh, we can just blast our music to whatever volume we want until 11 o'clock. But that isn't the case. So I asked Mario and Jill ahead of time just to kind of give us a little bit of a recap of what our ordinance is and what it means. And that, no, you don't have the right to blast your music till 11 o'clock as loud as you want. And primarily, we do have a lot of renters, and they'll come home, and they'll blast their music all evening long, or every night for 2 or 3 hours, and the neighbors subjected to it. So this, and it's also with the Airbnbs. So if you would, and then I'll have a couple of other things I'd like to say after Mario and Jill do a nice little recap, sort of as like a public service announcement, so it's on the record, so residents have a clear understanding of what this is about. Thank you.
And I'll let Mario handle that. In the short answer to that, though, with the noise disturbance section, there is no limit on time. It's all day. It doesn't start at a certain time and end at a certain time. And it also does not have anything to deal with decibel readings or decibel levels. But deeper than that, I will let Mario take the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Mario Sotolongo, City of Pompano Beach Code Compliance Director. Yes, there is that myth out there that 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock is the cutoff time for music. In fact, our ordinance has absolutely no regulation on that. A noise disturbance can happen at 3 in the afternoon or 11 o'clock. It's irrelevant. The levels, the dBAs, as they call the technical term, we use that for mechanical equipment. When it comes to amplified music, those numbers are not applicable. So we look at how the music disturbs the victim, if you will. So if it's something that is a one-off, like you mentioned, Commissioner, it happens one time, we address it, and it goes away and disappears. This is really for those instances where the music happens every weekend and every weekend. So we are confident that using the civil citation will help solve this problem. You know, like they say, hitting people in the pocket sometimes, you know, it gets the message across faster. And it will avoid us bringing it to a special magistrate, which is a very lengthy process. So this is a more immediate solution to the problem. If the person feels that we are wrong, there's always a special magistrate to fall back on. You know, we'll bring the case, we'll allow the magistrate to listen to the argument, and then make a decision whether we are right or not. But as far as the action is more immediate than a regular court case.
Thank you, Mario. And also, Mayor, I think that this is going to do a lot to protect the quality of life for our residents. Very often, I think people are sort of intimidated or coward, you know, sort of, you know, their neighbors are not very friendly and they think they have the right, and you know, people don't want to argue with them. So it ends up being a very untenable situation many of the times. I also am going to add to the mix, just for everybody's contemplation, is that we have sometimes special events and very loud music coming from our parks, especially in my district, and it is just over the top. And I've been working with Scott Moore and Parks and Rec and some of the situations we're having. So I will say this, there has to be some control, and there has to be some limits, because again, the neighborhood is subjected to very, very loud music and other things. And I think that I want to go the next step and try to explore some ways in which we can control that for the community. All right? Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much, Dennis. We've become friends over the last year. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. I think, Dennis, you made friends with everybody here on the commission last year. So, and rightfully so. You know, it's one of those things where sometimes, you know, like the Commissioner said, it's a one-off, and, you know, it's just something that happens. And in your instance, it has been a chronic issue, and I forget, you said like 3 years or something now at this point, and that's unfortunate, because obviously quality of life does suffer. And I want to thank you for being so patient and being so kind with all of us, because because you really have helped to initiate the change that now all residents will benefit from. So I want to thank you for your dedication to staying the course on this. And Mario and Jill, you guys were amazing, because also you did the same thing. We had conversations with BSO. I know how much effort you put into literally finding the way to make this work legally, and for residents, for BSO, and for our codes. And I just want to thank you for also staying the course and finding this way that residents can finally see some relief. I know I have also gotten a lot of comments related to Airbnb properties. Obviously, in my district, there's quite a few of them, and so we have noise violations quite a bit. And residents would like to see speed in action, and I think that's going to give us the power to do that. And who knows, you know, if it may end up being a new revenue source for your department, Mario. Well, either way, we'll have some reprieve from some noise. Thank you very much.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Harden?
Yes. Item 17 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service contract between the City of Pompano Beach and Miller Electric Company for as-needed repair and maintenance of electrical switch gears, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening again, Ms. Mohammed.
Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. This briefing applies to item 17, 18, and 19. The item before you is a request to approve 3 service agreements resulting from RFP 25-010, as needed repair and maintenance of electrical switchgears to ensure the continued safe and reliable operation of the city's utilities, electrical infrastructure, supporting water and reuse treatment plants, the raw water well fields, pumping stations, and other critical utility assets. The RFP was advertised on January 13, 2025, and it closed on February 4th, 2025. 10 proposals were received and evaluated based on qualifications and experience, cost, and local business participation. Although the top 3 firms were initially selected, 1 proposal was later disqualified due to non-disclosure of a corporate sale, resulting in the 4th ranked being evaluated. The resulting recommendation before you is for Miller Electric Company, Electric Power Switchgear, Inc., and Mills Electric Service, Inc. The initial term is 3 years with 2 one-year renewal option. Each agreement authorizes expenditures up to $150,000 per year on an as-needed basis, not to exceed $450,000 over the initial contract term. Funding is available within the utilities operational and capital budget. Concludes, Rick.
Very good, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Harden.
Yes. Number 18 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Electric Power Switchgear, Inc. for as-needed electrical switchgear maintenance and repair services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Mohammed.
Okay. Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. The previous briefing applies to this as well.
Very good, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Harden.
Yes, item number 19 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Mills Electric Service, Inc. for as-needed electrical switchgear maintenance and repair services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Mohammed.
All right. Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. And the previous briefing applies to this as well.
Very good, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Harden.
Yes, item 20 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Caris LLC for the purchase of corrosion control chemicals, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Mohammed.
Okay, Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. The item before you is a request to approve a service contract for Caris LLC for the sole source purchase of Aquadine SK 7641, a corrosion control inhibitor that is required to maintain compliance with the EPA lead and copper rule. The department has successfully used this proprietary blend since 2007, and the operational and regulatory monitoring have demonstrated that it is the only product to date that consistently stabilizes water quality and ensures continuous regulatory compliance. Previously, the utility had evaluated alternative products, but results were inconsistent and risk of noncompliance was evident. In accordance with Florida statute, the single source procurement process was advertised from July 21st through August 5th, and there was no equivalent products identified. The proposed contract term is 5 years, with annual expenditures not to exceed the amount within the utility's operating budget. Approval of this agreement supports the city's strategic and comprehensive plan goals, ensuring continued safe delivery of high-quality drinking water to the community.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Harden.
Yes, item 21 is discussion and consideration item for the annual performance evaluation for Mr. Mark E. Berman, City Attorney. Ms. Sonego, turn it over to you.
Lisa Sonego, Human Resources Director. This is the item for performance evaluation discussion and any related pay changes. Any changes would be effective September 18 of 25. And for some market and historical information, of 12 comparable regional city attorneys, Mr. Berman's pay is at 75th percentile. He has 10 years as city attorney and 30 years with the city. And 3.5% COLA was granted on 10/1/25 for all employees and all the officials. You have oversight of 4 officials, the clerk, city manager, city attorney, and city auditor. And general employee merit increase ability is the ability to receive 2 to 4% for their merit, which is what this would be similar to as a merit aspect. Your 4 officials we just named in recent 3 years have been awarded merit increases along the lines of 0, 3, 5%, and Mr. Berman has received 5% in 24, 3 in 23, and 3% in 22. Just some information.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right. Who wants to lead off discussion? Nobody. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
All right, I'll jump in there, Mark. So, I'm married to an attorney, and when you're married to someone for 20-some years, you do learn a lot about how the law works. I wouldn't call myself a lawyer by any stretch of the imagination. And sometimes the old adage where a little knowledge is a very dangerous thing comes into play when I'm having discussions with my husband. But I want to say that it is not a job that we would take lightly. And it's a very particular form of law and responsibility. Mark and his team have to know every element of law, everything that the city deals with, everything that the commission deals with, whether it's like today with the FAA, whether it's roads, drainage, environmentally sensitive lands, et cetera, et cetera. And they have to be right, and they have to know it. So I say it's a very big job with a lot of responsibilities. And I would have to say that in my 8 years as an elected official, felt very confident, and I felt very protected. There are ethics laws that we all have to deal with, especially as we go through elections, and there are consequences to not following those rules, et cetera, et cetera. And I also want to say that Mark and his team has, over the years, had the foresight to get involved in some of the, for example, the PFAS litigation, some of the drug litigation that has garnered us dollars in order to do programs and to mitigate some of those costs to the city and to our residents. So, I take all that into consideration. It's a big job, and I think we've been very adept. He's been very adept, and his team's been very adept. He's been the leader of that team, so I think he's doing a great job. I'll end with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. I'll chime in. Yes, Mr. Berman, I think you've done a wonderful job. Keep it up. That is your job. But I would go ahead and make a motion that we award a 3% merit increase at this point in time. Keeps you not top of the class perhaps, but a little above 75%. I know you wouldn't turn it down if you got it right.
No, for a minute I was thinking I should be paid by the question, but.
So I'd make that motion.
I would appreciate any consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for a 3% merit increase. Discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. As always, I have real concerns about our budget, and every little bit matters. And this year in particular, I'm very concerned with the risk of property tax legislation that might be coming at us. I do appreciate that you are always available, Mark. Whether I call you after a meeting or on a weekend, you always make yourself or your staff available to answer my questions, and I appreciate that. At the same time, I have had some struggles, I would say, getting what I view as clear, independent answers relative to the other side of the fourth floor. So I think, as always, I want to just remind you that you work for this body, and I appreciate that you spend a lot of time with your colleagues there, but you work for the commission, and it needs to be independent of the other side of the fourth floor and the agenda that might be being pushed there that is not always aligned with what each one of us up here feels. And I know that's a very difficult job. We are a very divided commission right now. And I can't imagine what it would be like to try to make everybody happy and answer all their questions without upsetting anyone. So I don't really wish that on anyone. But this year, I just think 3.5% COLA raises are, that covers increase in inflation and everything else, which is actually down this year, fortunately, a little bit. But I am not going to support an increase this year. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? I've got Commissioner Fessick, then Commissioner Perkins.
All right.
I'm going to let Ms. Perkins.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I have a different take, and I think when it comes to our city attorney, we all have a different opinion on how we're being treated or respected, I guess you should say. However, I've been toiling with this for 2 years, and I know we voted last year for the increase. And the thing that sticks with me the most with the city attorney that I let slide in 2005 is when he presented to us the contract for the new downtown, for the master developer. That still hangs over my head, and I've had, several of my attorney friends to read over that, and they've never seen anything like it. And for it to pass his desk, although I know you were not the actual attorney that drafted it. However, you read it, and it had to come before us. And I've been toiling with that ever since 2004, to be honest. But at this point, 2024, I'm sorry. 2024. So sometimes I have to wonder, does the city attorney have our back? But I do understand that you work in City Hall on the full floor, and you want to be able to get along with your colleagues. I get that. I respect that. However, I've really never felt comfortable calling him for anything because I feel like everybody will know. So I just call the ethics department if I have problems or concerns. I feel more comfortable doing that way rather than go through the city attorney. But I would like to think that I feel secure that the city attorney will have our backs here on the dais, but that's not what I'm being shown. It shows that he works very well with staff, and that's clear. There's nothing wrong with that, because you got to work with everybody in order for the city to work. But on the level of my opinion and my interpretation and talking with him, that's just my way of thinking. I just don't feel as though the city attorney is really protecting the commission, or me, I should say. Let me just speak for myself, because some of us, he is doing that. But at this time, I would not support an increase. But I'm looking forward to possibly building a better business relationship together. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. First of all, go Eagles. And look, I came into a situation, and I will have to say that initially and ongoing, whenever I have questions, Mark, you are there and you answer them. You absolutely respond with humor, and you understand that is also a love language of mine. We can laugh at each other, and we can laugh at ourselves, and I appreciate that. But when it comes time to being serious, many times I would say that when I ask a very specific question, I thank you for getting me a very specific answer, and I want to make sure that is noted first and foremost. I feel like in some situations I have to agree a little bit with Commissioner Perkins and with Vice Mayor in that you're put between a rock and a hard place a lot of times, because some of the things that do fall under your purview, if you will, overall, is making sure that everything else runs like a well-oiled machine. And then on top of that, you have to deal with internal office politics and external commission politics. And I understand that that is a difficult role to play. One thing, so I don't like to dwell on anything that's negative. I instead look at, I actually have in my office a thing that looks like a crumpled up piece of paper that's framed, and it says failures, and the failures is crossed out with a red pen, and underneath it says opportunities. So I look at performance review as simply this. Let's look at opportunities, how we've maybe identified ways that didn't initially work in a couple of instances, and work to make them better moving forward. There were only a couple of things this year that I feel like I would like to see done better in this following year. We had some major concerns with the propaganda pieces, I think is what was generally kind of called, and using of funds, taxpayer funds, for supporting projects that are CRA and city-led, or somehow grown together. And in many cases, some of those things cross the line from being neutral, fact-based material and into more of a politically slid in one direction and biased. For that, I would like to see us really kind of lock down in terms of process moving forward, and make sure that we try our best to present both views, and try our best to not feel like residents, and that's because residents have come to me and said it, it's not just something that I feel, to make sure that we are doing things with the most amount of neutrality as possible, and truly making sure that we hold our, and it's not your job to hold staff accountable to that, but if it's going to go out and it has the City of Pompano Beach on it, and it's a document that's in front of people, I would really like to be able to have our city manager make sure that you're working with that, to make sure at some point in time, if there's any sort of question, that you're at least consulted, or somebody on your staff is consulted. The other thing that I think we have lots of different contract issues, and again, in some cases, the question has come up, can we to try to make sure that we self-reflect or readdress things, because when you're in a place, and I understand again, when you're in a place for a long time, and you are familiar with many of the people you work with and have a good working relationship with them, a lot of times you have a great working relationship and you take people at their word, or and in some cases, sometimes being comfortable lends itself to missing small details. And so there's no blame applied on this one. It's just simply that I'd like to see if we can make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's. I'm referencing, like, earlier was that the contractors, that we had to fix the CRA consultant things and make sure that you guys were communicating to make sure that it was in fact to the benefit of the city. So those are just, they're little things that I think we can, like I said, opportunities to do slightly better. The last thing is probably the most important to me. I think Vice Mayor said it in terms of making sure that the duty, who you work for, essentially. And I don't really want to say it like that, but yes, we are. You are one of the 4 people that we oversee. But really, we worked for the residents, and you worked for the residents as well. And so I'd like to really make sure that we stay resident focused on things moving forward, and make sure that every contract that comes across your desk, the question is asked, and maybe we just, I'll get you a mug if you want, but just, does this truly serve residents first, or does this serve city interests or something? So just a checkpoint memo. The last thing is, and it is the last, there have been a couple instances this year where, let's just talk about September, because I'm just going to go right there. I mean, and I want to thank you for back in July, your assistance in trying to figure out how things happened when they unfolded. But in September, when I did try to attend the meetings remotely, I went through a long process with Kervin. I was kind enough to meet with Sandra King. I was on the phone, and there were extenuating circumstances, and I explained them and to staff, and I had to sit instead, not being able to defend myself for over 18 minutes while my name was being dragged through the mud and my motives were questioned. And so what I'd like to see is that if the mayor is not doing his job in terms of maintaining decorum, I would like for you to start to speak up so that we don't look like a circus here. Because it's not doing us any good to have this continued behavior. I don't like to have to, I don't do this to argue. I do this to ask questions, and I don't like being silenced. I don't like being humiliated or attempted to be humiliated. I wasn't, because I knew I was right. And accusations that are put into public record that are untrue. And I had and without the decency to have me be able to defend myself. So with that said, I would like to see us move forward together and better, which is what I was trying to beg for in terms of 2026. And I would appreciate your assistance in making sure that we do that. And if we are not meeting that mark, any of us, not just one person or the other, and that includes behavior up here, comments muttered under people's breaths or that I have to deal with and I've had to deal with. And I'd like to just mention that, you know, some knowledge and a willingness to prepare rather than rely on others' opinions is always welcome. And I think every attorney knows this, trust but verify. So I thank you for your work. I don't know, I feel like with all of the extra costs we've had coming through and the budget restrictions, I don't know that this is the time to basically say to everybody, hey, I think we should just blanket approve additional percentages. It's not that it's not warranted, but I know that you have a very healthy salary, and I thank you for that. And I think maybe if we can trim the fat somewhere else over the following year, then I would love to see us be able to give you a larger percentage in the following year. Thank you.
Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith?
I just want to say thank you, Mark, because my whole year, anytime that I had doubts of anything, you were right there to answer my questions. Anytime I emailed you, you responded. I've always felt that you've communicated well in any of the written documentation, presentations here to the commission, and I always feel that you have my back. So I want to thank you for that. I support the 3%. I see how it's going up here tonight, but I just want you to know that you are appreciated in your knowledge that you share with us at the drop of a hat. Whenever we ask, you're right there for us, and I appreciate what you do for us. Thank you.
Very good. The commission discussion. Hearing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik. Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mark. All right, moves on to additional audience to be heard.
No additional audience to be heard.
Very good. Thank you for that. Our next scheduled meetings are January 27th, 2026 at 6 p.m. It's a regular City Commission meeting, followed by February 10th, 2026 at 1 p.m., a regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. Denise put these on each of your seats here at the dais.
Clean streets.
This is a clean.
No, we didn't get them.
You can get it.
Oh, you didn't get this?
No.
All right. Well, I guess I have it then. You want to know what it is?
Yeah, it's your report. Tell us.
It is a Clean Streets announcement on January 15th in Cresthaven. So all day, January 15th, our Environmental Services Department will be out there cleaning the streets.
Very good.
Cresthaven. And Scott, did you get this?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So
Yeah.
50-50 here. So Scott put these, the two on top's the Nautical Flea Market, the annual Nautical Flea Market, January 17th to 18th, and then there's 4 different events in connection with Martin Luther King Day this year. And Captain Ryan, you come up here, please. Captain Ryan has an announcement that he would like to make.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It's my privilege to introduce you to my friend and colleague and your new Area 1 Captain, Captain Shonda Martin.
All right.
And last but not least, her successor, who served in the city as a sergeant. He's joining us as a lieutenant from the Criminal Investigations Division, Lieutenant Armando Demosthenes.
Right.
They'll tell you how to spell it.
All right. Thank you, Captain. No, congratulations, Shanna. And Lieutenant DeMarcelis. you're gonna have to give me a minute to be able to pronounce that right every time. All right. That concludes my report, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you. First of all, Happy New Year. Thank you for your kind words and also for your consideration, and I have nothing further. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
No report.
No report. Takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. Just a note, I mentioned, I know earlier today we had an audience to be heard. There was a gentleman that came and asked us to review the tiki, other cities, what other cities have been done. And so, Mr. Harrison, if you wouldn't mind, I would love to see that, see some sort of information provided to us to see what other cities have done to see if we're missing the marker, if we're still comparable in terms of tiki restrictions, et cetera, and just see if we can maybe refine that to be more in favor of residents or bring something back. I have one concern that I think that Mr. Harrison, and maybe you can explain this to me too. Do we have a schedule? I think we asked for a meeting related to RMA and the CRA at some point, and just basically how we're all working together. This is said specifically in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration. Part of my New Year's resolution, if you will, was to make sure that we came to this meetings every day, every time we come, and truly try to find compromise. And we've been saying that, but it hasn't been happening. And so I know we had asked to have a workshop, and we just don't have a date on it yet. Do we have, can you give me a timeline of when we can expect that so we can plan moving forward?
So, help me out. You're
related
saying
to-
a workshop between CRA and RMA and...
We were supposed to discuss, the whole thing that we were talking about was discussing consultants, RMAs, the CRA project, to basically have a workshop where we can come together, and so we're not so offensive or just long-winded or feels. I want us to have an open collaboration of some kind so that we can actually come here, because the only time we can have conversations is in a public forum. And I know that we had expressed an interest multiple times in having a workshop of some kind, and it just has not materialized. And I don't want to waste time. I'd like to make sure that we sort of hit this on the head coming out of the gate and have that discussion.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
I don't either.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But
Well, then
if you wouldn't mind, talk to Audrey and
Okay.
let's talk about it and try to figure it out, okay?
How about this? Because I feel like when we get in this situation, a lot of times it's, let's talk it out, and then it just doesn't materialize. So what I'd like to do is just make a motion that we schedule a public workshop within 45 days to review the scope, involvement, oversight of RMA and all city and CRA consultants, including marketing firms, communication partners, subcontractors, and any affiliated entities, with required disclosures of conflicts of interest, property ownership, revenue sources, and ties to any city or CRA initiatives.
Is that a motion?
It was, yes, that was. It was exactly stated as such.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to have a workshop based upon what Commissioner Fessick just read, which I'm sure she can give that to
We'll give it
Mr.
to
Alfred if need be. So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion?
Yes, so
Sure.
the purpose is to, I guess you say, have better communication? Is that what you're saying? And, well, I'm just trying to better understand it, because where I'm concerned when it comes to the consultants is contracts and how they're written. Who write them? Is there one big contract everybody uses, or is it just itemized for a particular person? So I'm just trying to, I don't want to have a workshop if it's not going to be effective, and if you're not more specific, I'm sure staff is going to take it in a different direction.
Right.
So you need to be very specific as to what you want the workshop to be about.
So I'll repeat it because I have a tendency to speak fast. So I'll make sure that I do it again, and hopefully I will provide it to Kervin as well. So it's a motion to schedule a public workshop within 45 days to review the scope, involvement, and oversight of of RMA and all city and CRA consultants, including marketing firms, communications partners, subcontractors, and affiliated entities, with required disclosures of conflict of interest, property ownership, revenue sources, and ties to any city or CRA initiatives. It is very specific, and there's a reason for it, and I'll get into that if you'd like later.
Do I?
Commissioner Perkins?
Okay, so, yeah, I agree with a lot that you have there, but I think we need to, can I?
Can you read it? Sure, if she passed it to you, you can read it.
I don't have multiple comment, but just.
Yeah, but I think,
So here's the, if you allow me, I'll explain it a little bit
Commissioner
better.
Perkins, would you like?
okay, but wait. Okay, you said CRA and all city CRA consultants, including marketing firms, communication. Let's just start with one group.
Okay, that's fine.
Rather than go through all of this, we'll have a room full of people. This says communication partners, subcontractors.
I was being specific because you have, as many people have said to me before here, if you don't say it, it sometimes doesn't happen, right? So I try to be as specific because here's the thing is, I don't even know what we call people sometimes. I don't even know who has new contracts. And I think that that's part of it, right? So maybe it just starts off as a very casual conversation. It can be loose. If you have questions, like you don't know anything about contracts and you want answers, I'd like us to be able to have a workshop where we are able to discuss these concerns so that we don't pile them into these long, it doesn't compound into these long meetings, right? If we're able to have a workshop, most other commissions, other cities have a workshop at least once a month.
Okay.
So
Well, my suggestion would be, let's start with the first two you have here. Let's start with the CRA contracts and the marketing firms.
Deal.
And that, then
All
we
right,
can
I will
go
amend
from there.
I'll amend my motion as such then.
Okay, the motion's been amended to just include CRA consultants and marketing firms?
Yes.
City and CRA consultants and marketing, yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
City and CRA consultants, including marketing firms.
Okay, so, and that,
I'll second.
that's been seconded, okay, so it's been moved and seconded to hold a workshop based upon CRA consultants and, city and CRA consultants and marketing firms. Okay. Further, okay, discussion on the motion, further discussion. I'll just be honest with you, I'm going to vote against it. I don't see any point in spending a bunch of time. If somebody wants to see any contracts for our CRA consultants or CRA marketing firms or city consultants and city marketing firms that are employed by the city or retained by the city, I mean, all you have to do is ask for them. And I would also point out that you don't have to do a public records request to get information. I know some people, I mean, it's poor Curvin over there. He's spending the national debt responding to public records requests by some folks who sit up on the dais here, and it's not necessary. I mean, it's like you could just ask staff for this information. I know some people will probably say, well, no, that's not true because I've asked for this and I haven't gotten it, but, well, so anyway, that's just my feelings, and it's, but I'm done. So, any
Mayor?
further discussion on the motion?
Yes,
I've
I
got
do.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just going to briefly disagree. Shocker. Yes, we individually can get contracts, but there is never an opportunity for this board to discuss with each other what we think of a contract or to publicly ask as collaboratively, what is this person doing and why are they doing it instead of city staff doing it? Why do we need them? How long do you think we're going to need these services? That is something that I think we've all had questions about, and it's important to ask that collaboratively so we can then discuss with each other and we can also get the same answers, because sometimes I think we all get slightly different answers, maybe because we're asking questions slightly differently. But there's a benefit to us being together and learning this together and going through that process together. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion on the motion?
Yes, Mayor,
Commissioner Perkins.
I think the commissioners, there are three of us up here that don't receive information as the other three. And some of us are requesting information based on the fact that we just want knowledge and want to know what's going on. Whereas I'm sure you don't fit in that category. So you work well with staff work well with you, and you get what you need, they tell you what you need to know. We're not in that predicament, three of us. So I can understand why you would feel that way, because some of us feel foreign in this city sometime. And I've always said, I even say to my community, when I walk in that 4th-floor building, everything in there is against me, pretty much. But I have a job to do, and I stay focused. But that's because there's lack of communication, there's a lack of communication with staff and certain commissioners. And it doesn't take a whole lot to all of this going on up here. It really doesn't take a lot to put it all together and work together with staff. We just have people in the positions that do not know how to do it. It's easy for me, but I'm just a commissioner. There's a very easy way to handle that 4th floor or that city hall and this staff. It can be done, easy. It's not being done. And we continue to bicker and look like we don't care or like each other up here. And it's really about some of us are getting information and some of us are not. Some of us want to know certain things and we're just not inside the loop to know it. So you're one of those privileged ones, Mayor, and maybe one day we'll get there. But right now, 3 of us sitting up here are not there yet. But we're working on it. Let's start with the workshop. That might be a start. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion?
Thank
On the
you.
motion. Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. So the reason, I think that it warrants conversation just simply because, or understanding. So I will say that when I have asked staff or have asked Mr. Harrison to answers to questions, many times I am able to immediately get a meeting with staff members. However, sometimes, and if anybody's been a teacher or a parent, you know that sometimes your children or your colleagues, you understand that people operate in different ways and they process information in different ways. I don't want to waste staff's time sitting with them and asking stupid questions when I can read all the documentation myself and then come back with questions. So that's how I like to be in my own space and in my own head, make notes and then research, see if I could even need to come back to them to ask the questions. I feel like their time is more valuable than that. As to the public records request, I was told multiple times by Mr. Harrison that if I wanted that information, he would get me some of it, but additional information needed to be made through a public records request, so I have complied. And Kervin will be probably proud to tell you that I haven't had one to send to him for a little bit. So, yeah. So, I mean, it is, isn't it? So, anyhow, this is truly, and like I said, this is truly meant in the spirit of collaboration and not in some underhanded sort of, snide commentary. It is truly meant to attempt to have open conversations so we can get something that's bothering us. Like maybe something's happening in your district that you really care about and you like or didn't like how something was happening, and you want to have the opportunity to sort of voice that so that maybe we can bring it back to be an agenda item. And then it's not going to be one that's contentious. It's going to be one that we've already sort of voiced our thoughts, or we bring some concerns that are, at some point, maybe we open this up to different workshops, where we're able to put something on the agenda that we have our time, and it's not jammed into the very end of a meeting, a very long meeting. We have some time to actually bring some concerns and see if other districts have the same concerns. This is meant to be truly the first step in potentially working together and finding ways to work not only with our city manager, our city attorney, but have a collaborative effort to do better in 2026. That is my intent. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Commissioner Fournier?
Yes.
Harden?
No.
Okay.
You still have the floor.
Thank you. What else I got?
What else you got?
Not that much. And thank you, I still have the floor. What I would like is actually I would like from the city attorney a written opinion on some of how we've been applying Robert's rules willy-nilly from the mayor, and I would like everything cited. I truly came here with the intent to make the best of a happy new year, and I am going to continue with that attitude. I will say that if this continues, I will definitely be seeking other opinions. With that said, I am having a coffee and conversations tomorrow, oh, no, sorry, not tomorrow, Thursday morning at How You Brewin', and that's from 9 to 10. It's basically just those, I'm just going to hang out at How You Brewin', probably longer than 10 o'clock, because that generally happens. But I will be there, and if you have any concerns or questions that you want to ask, or you have something that you want to talk about, and you would just rather have an in-person conversation, I am there to, I just want to make myself available to residents, and I will be doing the coffees again. They don't seem to do very well during the summer months, because we lose a lot in District 1 of sort of people being wanting to walk around and be out and out and about. So that I will be doing those pretty much through spring, and of course I will also have later this month an announcement for our another district meeting. So thank you very much. Happy New Year, and we'll see you in a week.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to thank our Parks and Rec Director, Scott, for putting together these upcoming events. This is very, very helpful to me. It's just everything that's going on in Parks and Rec is on this paper here, and that helps out a lot. And I do know we receive emails, but this is very helpful. I can just put this on the wall. And we probably need to consider doing something like this for our Culture Arts Department. That would be great as well. I wanted to thank the residents in the Northwest for being patient for the construction and the work being done on Northwest 6th Avenue. The roundabouts have already been removed, and the contractor has assured me that we should be done and completed by the end of this month. So they are moving right along. I was very surprised, Mr. City Manager, I was knocking on the doors on 6th Avenue, and I'm like, I know these neighbors are really upset because of all this construction. They'll say they loved it. They embraced it because they said a lot of cars were not flying by and passing. And they can sit in their yards at night and just be at peace. So I would like to ask, excuse me, BSO, if you would look into perhaps putting some speed humps closer to 6th Avenue where Blanche Ely High School is located. The reason that there are no speed humps there is because I was told by one of the, excuse me, by one of your officers that we could not put speed humps near a school, and I found out from the school board that's not true. They prefer them near the schools. So we can consider putting the speed humps, and that's just as you pass over the railroad track at Ely High School going south. So I think those neighbors would appreciate if there were some speed humps there, although I know we're getting the speed tables put in, but those neighbors that are complaining about the fast traffic, I think that'll be helpful to them. The last thing I want to bring to your attention is everybody is talking about, we've been talking about the timing of the commissioner meetings for a while. So I remember back in the 80s and 90s, I think commissioner meetings were at 9 in the morning. And then I remember when I first got elected, we had commissioner meetings, and then if we didn't finish, we had to come back the next morning. You remember that? Mm-hmm. That was very hard for me, but we tried that as well. So I'm wondering, how do we feel if we can change, because a lot of people are working. I remember when this came about, Commissioner, I don't know if he was the commissioner and vice mayor, but it was Barry Moss, who said he wanted to change the meetings to 1 o'clock because the residents in Palm Air are older and they want to come and attend commissioner meetings. And I've been waiting on them for a while. So I would really like for us to consider, if not even going back to a 6 o'clock, maybe a 5 o'clock meeting, because we don't want to be in a commissioner meeting late, and we do know that some of our meetings are 5 hours, maybe a little bit longer sometime, but
5.5 right now.
5.5, okay. So what if we, all of our meetings start maybe 5 o'clock every day, every Tuesday? And those people that are working, at least it gives them at least 30 minutes to an hour to get here, but I'm trying to weigh it where we're not here 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Mm-hmm. But I think the residents will be happy. I don't think we need like a survey or anything like that, because we know what they're saying. We're listening. And just make it convenient. For me, it's safer 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's not good for the residents. I think the residents would rather we have later meetings than earlier meetings. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we move all of our city commissioner meetings to 5 o'clock p.m. Starting the month of February.
Second.
Seconded.
Any feedback on, have anything to say, or, yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
about to ask that. We've got a motion
You know,
on the
I'd like
floor
to
to move
take
all of our
control.
meetings to 5 p.m., all of our city commission meetings to 5 p.m. beginning the month of February.
Yes.
And it's been seconded, that was by Commissioner Perkins, seconded by, I believe, Vice Mayor, and I believe Commissioner Fessick also, although we just need one. Discussion on the motion, I believe, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, we're 5.5 hours in here, so I do think we have to be careful with how late we move this, because we've been going late too. But I made this motion, it had been a year ago, to move them both to 6, and it failed, so I'm hoping
Maybe 5.
I'm hoping
5 is a
yours
little bit
is
better.
the sweet spot. Maybe you've hit something that that didn't work last year. Thank you.
Very good. Further,
Mayor.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Well, I was just going to say, I'd like to think about it. So I'm not going to vote in favor of it, because I'd like to think about it, because we constantly are making these motions, to change the meeting, constantly failing. And I'm not going to, I need time to think about it, so I'm going to be a no on this.
Very good. I believe Mr. Berman wants to chime in and
Just wanna
tell us that we have to change this by ordinance, correct?
Resolution.
Resolution, okay.
Okay, that's good.
So your motion would be to put a resolution on the next agenda to start all of our meetings at 5 o'clock in February. Okay.
Yes.
That was the motion.
Seconded.
We could tell. Further discussion on the motion? We've got Commissioner Smith.
The reason that Commissioner Moss originally suggested changing to a 1 o'clock, so that, because there's a lot of older people that don't drive at night. So if we're going to consider changing to alternative times, why don't we look at having a 9 in the morning to 5 o'clock? Just something to consider instead of 1 and 6, because here we started at 1 and we're going to be going home in the dark already. So I agree with Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, is I would like to think about it and maybe talk to some people that don't come to meetings, that only watch it on video, and find out what they would attend to. And how many people actually watch but don't come? I think the only ones that come are those that want to talk. So I think we need to think about it. So maybe make the resolution next meeting when we've had a chance to think about what fits.
All right, thank you.
That's just my 2 cents.
I think I've got Commissioner Fessick.
Go ahead.
This one. So I, thanks to Mr. Berman, what he just said is it would be, the motion was amended so that we have until next meeting to, if it's on the agenda, we get to discuss it and make the decision at that point in time. So that gives you 2 weeks to think about it, and consult your constituents, your residents, and come back with an opinion. So you have 2 weeks to think about it, and you can say no at that point if you're not comfortable, or if you're not comfortable and you want to make a motion at that point to push it out again, we can do that. But if it's, in order to make a decision, we have to get something on the agenda. We have to move something forward. So with the 2-week window, I will fully support this, because I think residents have been asking for a long time, and we keep trying to find ways to work this. And I think in combination, even though this particular motion failed, I think looking at a general workshop in general at some point down the line, another day, another conversation, will help to alleviate the length of our meetings, because we'll have a lot of that crazy conversation out of the way. That's all. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you,
Have
Mayor.
something to add?
Yes, I hear too the commissioners saying they'll think about it, and it's,
2 weeks.
I found it's just strange that no one in your district has ever said anything about the timing of the meeting. And as I stated earlier, ever since Barry Moss made that statement, I have not seen the residents yet. So to speak on his behalf, I don't know his motivation for doing that. Well, it depends. I might see them 2 or 3 times a year, but not on a consistent basis coming to a meeting, I'm saying. Now, if we had a busload of people coming on the bus or something like that, that's different. We wouldn't want to change it for them. But I'm listening to the residents, and it's just not a good time, 1 o'clock in the middle of the day. So I just think if we go back to 5 o'clock, I think that'll work. When you say you got to think about it, I guess that's the time to strategize with why we should go your way, however that works. Anyway, that's it. So we'll have it on the next meeting, at the next meeting agenda?
Can I vote on it?
Further discussion on the motion?
I'm asking a question. Are we going to have the resolution?
To vote.
You have to vote.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's what I'm trying to
Go
get to
ahead.
is a vote. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Commissioner Pheasant,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No, but I do think we could do further discussion, but I'm going to turn that down tonight.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. You still have the floor, Commissioner.
All right, so I think that's it with my report. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy, happy, happy New Year. And I'm hoping that this year will be a lot better for the commissioners sitting on this dais and City Hall so that we could all work together. I'm willing to do that. I'm open to do that. Hoping everybody's the same way as well. So anyway, happy holidays. I'm glad everybody enjoyed Christmas, Thanksgiving, and thank God we're back.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to wish everyone a happy New Year. Hope you had a great holiday and took some well-deserved time off. I just want to talk about this clean sweep, clean streets. We do these periodically, and the number one question I get is, how come you didn't give us more notice? We don't give notice because people bring stuff in from other parts of the city, from other towns, and they truck it in, and that's our tax dollars that pay for it. So, but it is important. So I just want to point out one of the biggest things on the clean streets is tires. This is an opportunity to get rid of the tires. I'm going to try to put a blast email out between tonight and Thursday, probably get it out tomorrow, because the tires are a big, big problem. Mario, I see you sitting back there. Can you put lawnmowers out? You don't know. Does anybody know from staff? Like an old lawnmower that doesn't work? All right. I will find that out and put it in the email. My emails, generally I schedule my newsletters to go out at 3 a.m. in the morning. So everyone has them in their inbox the first thing. And I send out about approximately 6,500 emails when I do a newsletter. Anyway, so clean, no chemicals, no paints, those are different. But take this, use this as an, to our advantage to get some of this stuff out on Thursday. And the Cresthaven Civic Association is having their monthly meeting at 7 o'clock this Thursday at the Charlotte Burry Center. And I'll be excited to talk about some of the noise ordinances and the other things that we've achieved here this evening. And I do look forward for a great year. And, you know, I hope that we can keep the vision that has been Pompano Beach and keep the progress that we have achieved thus far. And I'm excited about the new year. I'm going to be excited about the new downtown because for 30 years, I've lived in the city for 35 years. And finally, after 30 years of having property, having enough to be able to do something significant in the Northwest community, is something that I'm so proud of and so looking forward to for the residents of our city, all the residents. Jobs, economic opportunity, business opportunity, elimination of slum and blight, beautification. I'm just thrilled. And all of the other great programs that the city and CRA are trying to work into the community. And yeah, 30 years in the making. We are finally at that turning point. So I'm really excited about the next year and moving forward. But that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Positive about tonight's meeting, there was two very positive things that I felt. And one is I want to toast the utility department for drinking water that comes from our Pompano Beach. When I visited the utility department and got my tour when I first became commissioner, I went home and I turned off the water filter and stopped buying bottles of water unless I have to go somewhere with a bottle of water. It's the only time you see me with a bottle of water. And one of the residents, I can't remember who said that the water truly is good. I think it was Mike. And I agree, it truly is good. The other good thing is it's awesome to see the AEDs coming into our parks and that mobile AED stand that, Scott, that you showed us. I think that truly would be a lifesaver, and I think all of us had tears in our eyes up here tonight when Vice Mayor was mentioning about that. Specific to District 5, a couple months ago, a group of people came here from Gulfview Estates. It's a mobile home park on 31st Avenue, and the city has some property that's next to them that will ultimately be a park. And a contractor was on there, and they were grinding concrete. And these poor people listened to not only the noise, but the dust. And they came that night. Our city manager said, we are stopping it tonight, and they did. I don't know who you called, but they stopped production that day. And I wanted to let you know that George in the facilities operations is working to do some pressure washing of the mobile homes that were directly affected by the concrete along the fence. So it works. It does help to come and let people know. Dennis was here tonight, and we've made an ordinance based upon a lot of complaints that he has. So you come and you speak, we listen. So that was a success story with that. Something about community, I was looking back on my calendar of what I've done since we met last, and it was an exciting holiday season. I mean, I handed out 5 pounds of Hershey Kisses at the John Knox Village Holiday Parade. Great to see all the people and how happy that community is. The Yuletide Parade was phenomenal. I don't know how many floats you guys had, but it seemed like it went on forever. Lots of excitement, beautiful night. The tree lighting at Untapped with fireworks over our head. And at the Collier City Civic Association holiday party, I had the privilege of listening to, I believe it's the E. Pat Larkin Senior Citizen Choir. Phenomenal voices. If you ever have a chance to hear them, you'll be blown away. And I am so looking forward to the Tiger Trail festivities that are going to be coming up in the month of February and starting in January. So if you have a chance, go to the Tiger Trail website. There's a lot of things going on in Pompano Beach with that. They've done a phenomenal job over the years. The quote tonight is to kick us off for the year, and I believe it comes from St. Jerome. There's different people say different things, but the quote is, good, better, best, never let it rest till your good is better and your better is best. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. We've been here a long time. It is good to be back to work. I kicked off January with a procurement meeting with Assistant City Manager Earl Bosworth and Mary Rivero in procurement. It was very informative. I am still looking forward to the procurement workshop that we want to have, because as much as I learned, I want to make sure that we can, as a board, discuss that with each other and talk about maybe some potential changes or improvements that that we can all get behind, and that the city and procurement recommends. So I'm looking forward to that. At Audience to be Heard today, someone mentioned the golf course, and it reminded me about the golf course contract, which I know I've mentioned before, but I am a big believer in putting contracts out to bid, especially long-term contracts that we've had. Competition breeds, it's a breeds success. It makes people sharpen their pencils, and really, it's good for everybody. So, Mr. Harrison, I think it's probably been at least like 11 years since the golf course contract went out. Is your intent to put it out to bid this year?
When you say the golf course contract, are you talking about Bob Loring's contract?
I'm talking about, yeah, the almost 200,000. So it falls under, you signed a renewal last year, and I know I had said, hey, we're going to renew it, and it's been another year, so it's up. And
No, I wasn't planning on putting it back out.
why is that?
He's doing a great job. He's done a great job all these years. There's no reason to put it out.
Well, there is a reason to put contracts out. We do that all the time. Like so we put contracts out to bid to, after decades, to get people, like I said, sharpen their pencils.
So
see what-
if you want to micromanage me, you make your motion, and if the majority of the commission tells me to put the contract out for Bob Loring, then I will.
Did you just say that me requesting a contract to go out to bid, that's a significant contract in our city that has been renewed over and over? Well, so it was 2 renewals for this board. So this board did approve that contract, but now with your additional authority, you're just moving forward without us on many. And there's other examples I have, but that's one of them that I think it's time. So I guess I will make a motion to ask the city manager to this year put out the Golf Course Pro contract to bid and see what comes back. We've invested a lot in the golf course. We had someone come and talk about the palms, and I think it's time to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck. So my motion is to ask the city manager to put that contract out to bid.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to direct the city manager to put the contract out to bid for the Golf Pro.
Yeah, it's been 11 years.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the maintenance of the.
No, I mean, I think that's under Brian Campbell.
Right, so the
the
gentleman that spoke tonight, it's got nothing to do with Bob Loring, just so we're clear.
Yeah, no, he had a lot of issues. He had issues with food and beverage, all kinds, so, and costs there. There were many issues that he brought up.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
It's
Specifically,
the one that's up right now. There's one of them that's up right now.
specifically the Bob Loring contract.
That contract is up.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to direct the city manager to go out for bid for for a Golf Pro. That's this year.
See what we get. Maybe we
No,
get better pricing.
Because it's not the Bob Loring contract, but
No, it's for the managing the range, the pro shop, all of it. And I think it's hard when I think about this. Like, we pay slightly under 200,000, but there's a lot of value there just to someone else. Because they get to manage a shop and things and get revenue. So there's other sources.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Fessick. Discussion on the motion. I've got Commissioner Smith.
I'm not in favor of putting contracts out to bid when you have a good working relationship with a contractor and gone over this for years, being involved out in condos where most everything's done with a contract. If you have a good relationship with somebody and they're doing a good job, why would you want to go out for bid? It's almost like if you're going to the doctors, you're going to find a new doctor each time and reevaluate everything when you have somebody that you like. I think relationships are built over the years, and unless somebody's not performing right, I'm not in favor of going out and shopping a contract just to sharpen a pencil. I think relationships more important than that pencil.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm going to vote no.
So I think that maybe things aren't as healthy as you think, and getting a second opinion is always a good idea. And maybe you find it, I like the first doctor was right, but you might hear something different, and if it's been 11, 12 years, maybe it's time to hear something different, and then you get to take a look, and perhaps the original opinion was the best, and maybe their opinion got even better because they had to, like I said, sharpen their pencil or see if there were opportunities that they were missing. But I think there is never a downside to putting things out. In this procurement world and city contracts, it's not a slap in the face to put something out to bid. It's not saying, we don't like you. It's saying we have to do this because we're looking for the best cost and value for the residents of our city because we are using their tax dollars to pay for it.
Very good. Further discussion. Got Commissioner Fessick, then Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Okay, I will definitely support this because you work in, if you're working in business or marketing, you're constantly renewing contracts, and you have to stay competitive, and you have to be confident enough that you're offering the service that you're not threatened by anybody else bidding, because you can be confident in defending their position and saying, I've done a great job, I love the city, I've done this, and you should be confident in those relationships as well. I think healthy competition breeds success and brings new ideas, fresh ideas. And even if it works out where we still maintain the same contract, even just having the ideas come through the process might be something that leads somebody down. Again, it just goes back to collaboration in some way, shape, or form. We find out, after 11 years, I mean, I think we can all agree on one thing: we're not the same person we were 11 years ago. We don't do the same things. We operate completely different, likely, than we did 11 years ago in some ways. We have, our tastes have maybe changed or matured, right? So I think that in any sort of case like that, after 11 years, yeah, let's see how the demographic of golfers has potentially changed, how they want to see, what they want to see. I know golf clubs, one of my girlfriends is a golf pro. She works over at Edwin Watts, and so she talks to golfers all the time. There's always this new stuff coming out. We have that new place right across the street, the virtual golf place. You can go hang out when in the middle of summer when it's hot and not go on the golf course. So I would love to see, not just in this instance, I mean, in this instance, yes, that's what I'm going to vote on, but I would love to see that sort of collaborative and energetic opportunity to just put things out to bid. Truly, people who are doing a good job will not be threatened by that, and we cannot continue to operate under it, but that's just how we've always done it, because that's not serving us as a city or the residents we serve. Thank you.
Commissioner Seeger-Sainton.
Thank you, Mayor. It's sort of a conundrum, because the city manager does have authority entering contracts under $200,000, and that's the way we are operating. So we do have that. So the golf course is in my district, and I just want to, I'm hearing really, really good things about it, at the success. We see, the Galuppies. I remember when we first signed that contract with Grant, or rather Pat Galuppi, Senior, there, and there's no doubt it's been one of the best concession the city has ever had. So my first husband was a golfer. We actually, joined Boca Raton Resort and Club back in the day when it was still affordable. There is a certain level of service that people will come to expect because they're paying for it. But what I'm noticing is, and I have gotten some complaints from a couple of avid golfers over the years about customer service, I don't know, attention to details, less than stellar looking premises. I don't know who's on what or what's on, who's on second or what, on how it's run. But I do think we have an excellent asset, and I know Earl has overseen that with Park and Recs and the golf, that we have really, really improved. And the amount of compliments that we've gotten for the new course, the Greg Norman course, and whatever, it is just phenomenal. And we've turned that corner, and we're making money. And I don't know exactly how to do it, whether we just demand it go out for bid, because I don't think we really have that authority. But I do think it might be worthwhile taking a look at the situation, maybe hiring another, getting a consultant to come in there and do an overview and an analysis as to how we could get it, because it's a funny place, right? You come in there and you have that roundabout circle in the middle there, and you almost feel like you're in the 1960s or 70s when you kind of come in there. So it's funky cool, very retro, but I frequent there, I go there, and, you know, I see, you know, it's kind of unkempt right around that outdoor area there. And I've been into the bathrooms when I've been in there in the evening, and they're just not really that great. So I don't know whether we just need one person overseeing this whole thing, and we just need to get everybody on the same page. We need to make this as successful as possible. And I don't know how you do that. I'm not prepared to like say, oh, Mr. Harrison, this is the way you do it, because I don't know if it's the right way. I mean, I agree, things get managed, things change, we do ordinances, and I'm not really trying to lecture anyone, and I'm sorry if I'm laboring a point, but we do have a fine jewel in that golf course, much to our credit, and some of the things this commission has done and past commissions done. So, I mean, Pompano, it just puts us on the map. Air park, beach, golf course. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm not prepared to support it. I hope it gets out there in the mix for some thought. That's all. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to quickly respond. I do think we made a big investment in the golf course, and it looks great. Revenue is up. It's doing better than ever, the Pines course. My hope would be maybe we could even get someone to want to invest in some of the improvements to the areas you were describing if we go out to bid, because maybe with where we're at now, maybe someone would be willing to put in a little bit of money to make the pro shop look better or something, you know? That's why you put things out, to see what comes back. And because maybe someone has a vision for that, right? That's different, and that's why we put it out there to see what comes back, and then we pick the best thing for the future to build what we want there. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Commissioner?
May I respond? Yeah, but the question is, what does the RFP look like? Or the RFQ look like? What does it look like? Are we going to want to run it the way we've been running it? You know, I'm just saying, I mean,
What I think
I'm not
that's
opposed to the idea, but I just think we need to flesh it out a little bit more.
And that's where I guess I think it's micromanaging. I would just give direction that, hey, we want to see what you can come up with to procurement and to Earl and Brian and everyone who's running it, and see what ideas they have, and give them the opportunity to kind of describe what maybe a new vision for that would be, and see what comes back. I just don't see any downside to it. Thank you.
Mr. Fessick?
One of the gentlemen that did speak, Mr. Entrelli, he did mention that we have a golf advisory board, and perhaps that might be a good resource for Mr. Harrison. So I don't think we have to decide things. I think we already have advisory boards that would tell us, or players, or feedback that could already tell us what some things might be included or should be included in that RFP. But I don't think hiring consultants or more consultants is the plan. I think fresh ideas come from, put it out there. It's kind of like you're going fishing, right? And you know you already caught a great fish with Mr. Loring, and you're gonna, one you could literally keep on the wall for another 11 years. But I think but people still fish, right? So just try to see what's out there and rely on our advisory boards that we've already put in place to help point us in the right direction. So I think this is a great idea.
Just out of curiosity, if I could ask a question, Vice, is there a particular issue that you think needs to be solved out there that you could give some guidance on to Mr. Harrison, or is this just, you just think a fresh pair of eyes looking at the situation?
Yeah, so the contract is up.
Mm-hmm.
So it was up last year, and I had this conversation that I just thought it was time, like some of our contracts that are pretty important, especially given the investment we made over there. I wanted to make sure we were getting the absolute best, and that we maybe had the opportunity to rethink how things were operating over there, because I know it's a complicated, like there's the golf pro, there's Mr. Campbell, there's the food and beverage, there's golf tournaments. I know there's a lot of complexity in how it's managed, so I thought maybe it would give them all an opportunity to think about how like a future vision for running the golf course might be more seamless, or maybe everyone could work together a little differently out there with maybe a more clear hierarchy or something. So I would not get into the weeds of that, because I trust staff who's managing it to have that vision. But I do think it's time maybe to just for us to see if someone out there has a new vision for it, because the contract's up. The one-year renewal that Mr. Harrison
Gotcha.
signed is
So-
up. It's a timing thing, I guess, for me.
So it's not really a groundswell of opposition to
Oh,
Bob
I've
Roy.
heard some issues, yeah. So, but yeah, I'm not going to sit up here. There's definitely just different. You know how you hear a lot. We hear things, and I think it's just for me. I don't really listen to things as complaints like that. I view it as an opportunity, because I do hear such good things from the Golf Advisory Board and the revenue numbers and and how beautiful the course looks. And actually, I hear good things about the maintenance of it. So I don't always hear the same things from the same people, but I just have been hearing a lot. And so I want to make sure that we are operating as efficiently as we can out there and doing the best with the tournaments. And if there's something different we can be doing, I mean, and I'm hoping Mr. Lauren can sit down and even say, okay, you know what, it's been 12 years, or whatever, they've invested all this, like, what does a modern operation look like, and are we delivering that, and maybe get some other ideas, so.
Gotcha, okay.
But I wouldn't dare to get into the weeds of what those ideas are. I just would like to see what someone would think, if we put it out there.
Gotcha, okay. Well, just, I mean, from my perspective, I appreciate the conversation, appreciate the questions and the motion, but I'm not going to support it at this point in time. Because I want to get with Mr. Harrison, talk with him about things. But I'm just one, so we'll see.
That's exactly, I think it has to be fleshed out. I'm not ready to just go full bore. I don't know when this contract's up. I haven't read the contract. I don't know the scope, so I know nothing about it. So, again, but I do think that, I think it's fully apparent that we want to have this, we want to have a conversation about this, some investigation into it. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely, and we didn't have to have a workshop. So let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion to direct the city manager to develop an RFP for the golf pro position.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No.
All right, it's my report.
That's your...
No, I have to have a quote, because Commissioner Smith tells me I have to have a quote. So for me, my quote today is from Dr. Martin Luther King. It's appropriate. In a real sense, all life is interrelated. The agony of the poor impoverishes the rich. The betterment of the poor enriches the rich. We are inevitably our brother's keeper because we are our brother's brother. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We'll see you at the MLK parade next Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Absolutely, very good.
No rain.
Very good, yes. I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody, and great job to staff for all of the end-of-year festivities that we had last year, and look forward to a great new year with all the stuff that happens in Pompano Beach. We are a great community, a great city, and I think the residents reflect that in their thoughts about us. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.